Betty on the streets, yeah, she brings the heat. Drama around the corner, feeling that beat. YouTube days, episodes unfold. Betty's got the scoop stories untold. Navigating drama, twists and turns. Betty breaks it down, everyone learns. Go down low, she's got all the tea. Pull up to the screen, come and watch for free. Watch. Betty, on the go. Streaming live, don't miss the show. On the streets, she's our guide. Hip-hop dance, keep it locked inside. Every episode, every time, Betty's here, making it shine. Feel the rhythm, hit the floor. Betty's drama, always wanting more. Catch the vibe, she's in the groove. Each new twist, she's got the moves. Drama drops, beats keep going. Dance all night, energy showing. Betty, on the go. Streaming live, don't miss the show. On the streets, she's our guide. Hip-hop dance, keep it locked inside.
All right, I am here. I'm so sorry. Very, very sorry. All right, can you hear me? Everybody, mic check, mic check. I had to get me something to drink. So, give me 1 second here. Can everybody hear me okay? Hey, Donna. Hey, SDA. How are you? All right. There I am. Hey. Hey, everybody. Let me turn this down a little bit. We're going to look a little bit creepy, I know, but it's a little bit bright in my face. Much better. SDA. Hey, it rhymes. I know, right? All right, so I had to get my beautiful hair on, and I wanted it to be like away from my ears tonight. So, all right. But I love this beauty. I love this beauty. I love this beauty. Okay. So anyway, yeah, so we're going to be, how is everybody? Donna, how are you? SDA, how are you? How has everybody been? Knock, knock. Hello. Is anybody home? No, I left home. Should I turn on the light behind me, or do you think that glow light, my salt rock, looks good? Which one do you think? I'm drinking my Waterloo, getting my electrolytes. This one is watermelon, lime, and mint. You have a cold. I'm sorry, baby. If you had just some ginger root, which I keep telling you to go grab you some, and you took 4 of those every 4 hours, that cold would go bye-bye. You keep nodding off. Yeah, we got to wake you up. I'll wake you up. I was thirsty. I just got through making my, hang on one second. I got that over my ear and that hurts. I just got through making my new banner. I just wanted it crisp and just to say YouTube Daze and a picture of me, and that's it. So did you get to see it? Did you see it? I know you're always, I think it's because you're around baby, because baby's sick. Baby gets sick. Baby gets sick. Grandma gets sick. All right. So you all know that Wade got double death penalty. So we'll talk about that a little bit. Like, why do you think Wade got double death penalty? Anybody know why you think the judge did that? Anybody have any ideas of why you think that he got the double death penalty? I mean, you'll wake up once we put him on the screen, of course, Donna, because you know. You will be. You will be. Get you some garlic oil. They're at the Dollar General. I told you that. They're like $2, $3, something like that. They're in a bottle. They say garlic oil tablets. Take you 4 of them every 4 hours. It's a natural antibiotic, and you'll be healed. Yes, he had been a very, very, very bad boy. Very bad boy. Yes, very. That is a good reason. But also for when he does his appeal, he either way, say that he does his appeal and he happens to get off for one of them. He's not going to get off for both of them. And that is why he got double the death penalty. And he also got, I believe, double the death penalty. He got double death penalty, and then he also got time served, which was 365 days, and then he got 5 years in prison, and then he got 15 years. So, like, he got double the death penalty plus 15 years. Hey, Jen, how are you, honey? But don't smell berry pea when you go to the bathroom. What doesn't? I don't know what you're talking about, Donna. So we're going to watch this really quickly, and I'm going to actually turn on my light back there. Yes, 15 years for, okay, so 365 days, which is time served, that he's been in the prison. He got, that was for assaulting his girlfriend. Burglary, he got 5 years, which is time served. Robbery or theft, I think it was 10. We'll find out in just a minute. I'm going to bring you to it because you guys know my brain. I don't remember. I've been up now since yesterday. I've only had 2 hours of sleep. So we're going to go through it. This is the short version of it. I put some small clips out there so that you all could see. But here we go.
Let the record reflect that state's president.
Now, let the record also reflect that he would not talk on his behalf. He did not say that he was sorry, because now, he's got this whole thing that he didn't do the crime or anything else. He didn't talk to the parents or nothing else. And his parents actually did beg for his life. It wasn't his biological parents. It was his adoptive parents that begged for his life. But I want you to take a real good look at this guy right here. Okay. This is the clown that all these, 20-year-old girls are in love with. He looks like a clown. There's nothing sexy about this guy, like at all. I wouldn't even if he was out on the street, the women need to realize he didn't have a car, he didn't have a job, and he didn't have a home. He leached off of everyone, and he was a drug addict. Period. That's it. He had been arrested 20 times since he was 16 years old, and he was 24 by the time he done these crimes.
Defense counsel and the defendant are all present. We're here for sentencing. Was there anything else that the court needed to address prior to sentencing?
Hey, Curious, how are you, honey?
All right.
I got to turn on the light.
So I have considered all of the testimony and evidence, arguments of counsel, applicable case law, and statutes. I have prepared a written sentencing order, which I'll file contemporaneously with the pronouncement of the sentence here today.
So
I also have copies for the state and defense, which I'll hand out once I conclude. So in the state of Florida versus Wade Stephen Wilson, case number 19 CF 568.
Stephen Wade Wilson, did you hear the judge?
The court will read aloud the portion of the sentencing order related to the sentencing circumstances and proportionality. In evaluating the aggravating and mitigating factors, the court does not engage in a mere counting procedure, but instead makes a reasoned judgment based on the totality of the circumstances. In reaching this decision, the court is mindful that because death is a unique punishment in its finality, its application is reserved only for those cases where the most aggravating and least mitigating circumstances exist. The law never requires the imposition of a death sentence. In this case,
for her family.
The totality of the circumstances indicates the defendant, with premeditation, beat and strangled Christine Melton in her home before stealing her vehicle and driving to meet his girlfriend, Melissa Montanez. After Montanez refused to get into the car with him, the defendant battered her in broad daylight. The defendant told law enforcement, when Ms. Montanez managed to flee from the defendant, he fled the scene and drove back to Cape Coral, where he decided that he would murder another person. He saw Diane Ruiz walking to work and pulled over, pretending to ask for directions. She got into the car to provide directions, but the defendant strangled her when she tried to exit. He then drove to an empty lot, strangling her into unconsciousness at least one additional time on the way there. When she tried to flee from the car, he drove over her at least one time, inflicting mortal injuries to her spine, ribs, and neck. The evidence showed that both murders were heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and that the second murder was cold, calculated, and premeditated. The defendant inflicted serious physical and emotional pain to the victims. Moreover, the defendant committed the murders while on probation for prior felony convictions, and he committed 2 first-degree murders contemporaneously with each other and with grand theft of motor vehicle, battery, and burglary of a dwelling. There were no statutory mitigating circumstances that were established, but the court considered the non-statutory mitigating circumstances presented by the defendant. Out of 13 enumerated non-statutory mitigating factors, the court found that 10 had been established.
SDA wants coffee.
Out of those established, 6 were given little weight. The totality of the mitigating circumstances indicates that the defendant suffers from drug use from a young age, along with undiagnosed and untreated mental health issues of some kind. He felt abandoned by his biological parents, but had a devoted adoptive family who raised him in a supportive and loving environment.
Cream
and
did
not resist law enforcement when arrested and confessed fully to both murders. The court has further considered giving great weight to the advisory verdict of the jury, who recommended that the death penalty be imposed by a vote of 9-3 on count 1 for the murder of Christine Melton and a vote of 10-2 on count 4 for the murder of Diane Ruiz. The court
Sometimes.
recognizes that there is no mathematical formula for considering
Notice you don't
aggravating
care
and
on his
mitigating
face.
factors. It is not enough to weigh the number of aggravators against the number of mitigators. The court carefully considered the nature and quality of each aggravator and mitigator. Having reviewed all of the aggravating factors proven beyond a reasonable doubt and all of the mitigating circumstances reasonably established by the evidence, the court
My hair
finds that
keeps
the
getting in my
aggravating
eyes.
factors greatly outweigh mitigating circumstances. Given the facts of the case, nothing in defendant's background or mental state would suggest that a death sentence is inappropriate. This court's
He
review
is,
of
isn't he?
other reported capital cases has led the court to
Makes me
conclude that the
sick.
death penalty is not disproportionate in this case. Under the totality of the circumstances and evidence, the court finds no basis to override the jury's verdict. The totality of the circumstances warrants that the defendant, Wade Stephen Wilson, be sentenced to death for each count of first-degree murder. Accordingly, it is ordered in the judge that the defendant, Wade Stephen Wilson, be sentenced as follows. Count 1, first-degree murder of Christine Melton. The defendant is hereby sentenced to death. Count 2, grand theft of a motor vehicle. The defendant is sentenced to 5 years imprisonment in the Florida Department of Corrections. Count 3, battery. The
He
defendant
doesn't care.
is hereby sentenced to 364 days in the Lee County Jail. Count 4, first-degree murder of Diane Ruiz. The defendant is hereby sentenced to death. Count 5, the burglary of a dwelling. The defendant is hereby sentenced to 15 years imprisonment in the Florida Department of Corrections. Count 6, petty theft. The defendant is hereby sentenced to 364 days in the Lee County Jail. The defendant is given credit for all time served on this case on all counts.
His hair keeps getting in my
Counts will
face.
run concurrent with each other, meaning at the same time. All statutorily mandated fines, fees, and costs as announced on the record are imposed, and the defendant is committed to the custody of the Department of Corrections for execution of this sentence as provided by law. The defendant is hereby notified that these convictions and sentences are subject to automatic review by the Florida Supreme Court. If he cannot afford an attorney to represent him in any appeal, the court will appoint one for him.
Can't get the hair off my
Are there any other
face.
matters to present to the
It's
court?
like all over my face.
Seeking $17,500 cost of prosecution.
I'm sorry, how much?
Hey, Al Kennedy, how are you, honey?
All right. Any objection?
Thank you.
All right. That will be imposed then.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other terms or conditions?
Absolutely, Judge. We just want to make sure that Mr. Wilson has absolutely no contact with the victim's family.
There'll be no contact ordered with any of the victim's family members and anything else.
Thank you.
All right.
Meaning Mila and the victims' families. His ex-girlfriend. From what they've said, he's tried to reach out to her again.
Whatever authority you have to get him to death row as soon as possible.
Okay. Well, in relation to those other cases, I know
As
we
you
have
can
cases
see,
pending here
I
on the
am
circuit.
thirsty,
Today is not
but
the day
this
to
is
handle
water.
those. I would maybe put those. I could do it as early as September 16th. I believe that's Monday morning.
They do something weird here, too. They actually fingerprint him in the courtroom. I've never seen that before.
Okay. Well, I think it'd be more appropriate to handle that at a different time. So let's do that September 16th then at 9 a.m. for the other cases, which are case numbers.
20 CF 16591 and 23 CF 15499.
Okay. And we have court on 16th, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
They are very good, except I don't like the dragon fruit one. But I love the watermelon, lime, and mint. It's just like
I'm
water
going to get in touch with the authorities over there.
with
but
just
if
a
need
little
be, we'll ask the
touch
court
of
to
each.
ROR him on
taste.
that BOP warrant so he can be taken up to.
Well,
And I'm
it's not
so
a- not a
thirsty.
motion from
I've
me
been
today,
working on
but
my
you're
banner.
Certainly able to file whatever you want to file, and
sir.
I'll consider it.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
I feel like I'm dehydrated.
All right, sir. Then, Mr. Wilson, you will be fingerprinted and remanded to the sheriff's department. It'll be held without bond and for transport to the Department of Corrections when it's appropriate. If nothing else, then we're adjourned.
Yes, it is. I don't like the dragon fruit, but I do like the watermelon, lime, and mint. So the chair fell over whenever he sat down or whenever he got up.
Oh,
And now they're fingerprinting him right
One from
there,
state, one from defense.
right there in the courtroom. So this is the part I don't understand, but I'll explain it in a minute why they're doing it. At first I didn't understand it, but now I do. Okay, so while they're doing that, the reason they're fingerprinting him is because before he got sentenced, he was already told to get all of his belongings out of together in a bag. Thank you. I was going to ask you if you liked it. To get all of his belongings that he had in that cell for the last 5 years in a bag, because as soon as they fingerprint him, they're going to get him ready to transport him over to the prison because they're tired of him evidently being in this jail. He's been in there for 5 years, so they're moving him fast. That was the reason for the fingerprinting. So when he gets to the actual, hang on just one second.
Hey, everybody.
When he gets to the actual jail, and let me go back there again. When he gets to the actual prison, then what they do, since he's on death row, they just take him right on through the doors, and then they just take him exactly where he needs to go. Hey, Markella, thank you so much for doing that. Oh, I hope that you sleep. Yes, I hope that you do. But thank you for stopping by, saying hi, and at least giving me a thumbs up. I appreciate you for doing that. So what they're going to do is, since they fingerprinted him in the courtroom, as soon as he gets to the prison now, all they have to do is just take him straight to death row. They already have a place for him, and then that's where he's going to remain for the rest of his time until he will file an appeal. But the reason that they gave him 2 death sentences, the judge did, from what someone else told me, is because of the fact that if he's to get an appeal and they say, okay, you didn't red rum one of the girls, right? But you did the other one for sure, then he still got the death penalty no matter what. So that judge wanted to make sure no matter what, he was going to have the death penalty, which I think is good. I think it's great. I actually prayed to God for God to do justice in this case and for his will to be done. And I guess his will was for him to be unalived. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to go through is his mom and dad actually pleaded, his actual adopted parents pleaded for him to not get the death penalty, and I'm going to go through that. Okay, let's see. Now, there's not a lot of people out there, actually. There's not a lot of people out there that get 2 life sentence or get 2 death row sentences. So he got a double death row. Where's it at? I may have to go to the actual. Let me go to the actual court TV. Hang on. Let's go to the live. And they pleaded for him. And what's sad is they pleaded for him, but he didn't say anything at all about it. So let's see. Short break. This is the break, so I'm just trying to find where his parents came up and pled for him not to get the death penalty. If I can find it. Looks like this might just be all short breaks. Yeah. I think when he came back in, I heard her pleading before. So I'm wondering if it was before that. Because there he's coming back in for the sentencing. If it's right here, I wonder.
Something that isn't true. And interestingly enough, Judge, the neuropsychological testing results are not consistent with any.
Oh, and by the way, the guy that we went over last night, the neurologist, no, I think that they're going to try, I guess he's going to do his appeal. They're going to do that pretty fast because he already tried to get an acquittal and he already tried to get a new trial. He was turned down. I think they're going to do that pretty fast within the next year. And if he doesn't win that, then they're going to go for him not to be no longer alive. And I don't blame them. Why sit there and have him on death row so that he gets 3 hots in a cot and the Floridians have to pay their tax dollars for him for what he did. You know what I mean? Let's see. I really like that video you did. How big of a dork did I sound like in the comments? Which video was it? I didn't see it. But I've been doing all this other stuff, though, trying to get it done. All right, so just give me a second because I'm not finding it. And I heard them plead. The neurologist, though, was found that he lied on the stand twice to them about him having a traumatic brain injury, which did not look good. Oh, well. Okay, victim's father will watch Wade Wilson's execution. Yeah. So the father of one of them are going to be, the Diane Ruiz father says, I will be there. So, yeah, he will be there. If I can't find it, I want to move on to actually what the juries, there's some juries that came out and talked about Wade Wilson. So he had no reaction whatsoever to the first time and to the second time. He had no reaction whatsoever. Okay, here's one of the jurors. Don't know if I can play it or not. I think it's right here.
Number juror 87.
Okay, so here it is. I just wanted to make sure I got through everything so that I don't do something wrong.
There's definitely a very noticeable weight in the room when you're sitting with somebody who did the horrific things that he did.
The jury spent weeks hearing testimony and reviewing evidence detailing the brutal nature of Wilson's actions.
There are certain images that we had to see during this trial that you can never unsee.
Nearly a month of trial, but still only a glimpse into the nightmare families of the women murdered have lived in for years.
I only had to put a month into this. They had to put in 5 years, and they're never going to get their loved ones back.
Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz, both killed by Wilson, had a village of support in court. Hearing loved ones mourn the women, yet still fight for their justice, one of the biggest challenges for Juror 87.
The hardest part every day was seeing the families there and seeing how they've been impacted by their losses.
Emotions aside, Juror 87 said she still had a job to do.
You kind of have this really big sense of responsibility, putting, any of your personal feelings aside and just being able to focus on facts.
Deciding Wilson's guilt was the easy part. Recommending death was not as simple.
There were things thrown out like, do we want to have the death penalty because he's just going to get appeal after appeal and his family's already been through enough.
Not everyone agreed to death, but Juror 87 said there were no hard feelings towards the 3 people who voted to.
But actually, if you think about it, he's going to get a pill after a pill, no matter what his sentencing was. So if he would have got life in prison, he still would have been able to get an appeal. So if he gets the death penalty, he still gets an appeal. So I don't know what she meant by that.
Save Wilson's life.
We were very lucky to get the group of people that we did. We're having discussions. They had the potential to make people uncomfortable. And we were with such a wonderful group of people that, everyone's opinions were heard.
Wow. All right. So now I want to go to Wade actually had drugs smuggled in, and there's, I think, been 5 people arrested. And you would think that they're women, I think, that have been arrested in this case so far. So I wanted to bring that up. And it was methication. And not only that, but he tried to escape jail. Like, who does this guy think he is? I don't know if I can watch this one or not. I don't know if I want to watch that one. Hang on. Donna had sent me one. And let me see if I can find that one. Technical difficulty, sorry. If I wouldn't have been fixing my banner, I would have already had this done. I think this one's it. See what. Oh yeah, I went through that one. Okay, so I can't seem to find what I'm looking for. How come that always happens to me? You ever have that problem whenever you've been doing other things and then you go to find something and you can't find what you're looking for because you didn't save it in the correct direction? Okay, so I can react to this girl, Zap Girl, but I want to see what she has here of what we're reacting to.
It's probably this guy, but then you do have
They're guessing.
making money. Martin tells Dortoro.
Okay, hang on. I think this is the new story.
It says booked on April 14th, 2023 and released October 19th, 2023.
No, I think they're looking.
Those are the people probably the best options to set stuff up outside, right? So yeah, maybe that's that. But they leave for work. I thought that's what you're saying, Lexi.
Yeah, I don't know what she's looking at. Okay.
Okay, so Wiggins was read her Miranda warnings and agreed to speak with Detective Frankie.
Oh. All right, we got a girl here. All right, so there is a girl that was involved that brought in drugs. And let me see if I can. That's what I wanted to see, is if she got in trouble or what's going on.
All right, where are we at? So all of the suspects were transported to the North District substation.
Who is all the subjects? What is going on?
Substance. That's it. Amphetamine, 28 grams to 200 grams. There you go. And conspiracy to traffic amphetamine.
Oh,
It's in
dang.
front of our face the whole time, guys. I'm
Wow.
sorry. Oh, that's kind of funny if you think about it.
Ontario Espresso.
But we figured it out.
Junior
Thanks to everybody's
Del Toro.
work together. Sorry, Alexi. Hopefully
Del Toro.
you're still here.
So he brought drugs
okay,
in
so
or
let's get
something,
back
I
in.
guess. But then there's a girl or something involved, from what I've seen. This is the only place I know where to go about the drugs.
All right, where are we at? So all of the suspects were transported to the North District substation. Let me take a sip of my coffee.
Yeah, Zab girl, I need to take a drink of my water.
Okay. So Detective Frankie conducted an audio recorded statement with Wiggins. Now remember, Wiggins is Bonnie Wiggins, that one girl
Okay, so Bonnie Wiggins evidently is a girl that he met on the kiosk.
Wade was in contact with, the one that he called, which is her.
Oh, wow. She's in trouble now. Oh, my goodness.
Okay, so Wiggins was read her Miranda warnings and agreed to speak with Detective Frankie. The following is not verbatim and has been paraphrased.
I appreciate you.
Wiggins advised she was at her home and left in the blue Audi with DeWitt as the driver. Wiggins explained that DeWitt drove because she did not want to make the drop. Wiggins and DeWitt then drove to racetrack to meet with Paul and Del Toro. Paul and Del Toro entered the vehicle and DeWitt drove them to the 2115 MLK Boulevard, Fort Myers. Del Toro exited the vehicle to make the drop and then they circled the area. Walkie-talkies were utilized during the drop. Del Toro called them on the radio when he was ready to be picked up. DeWitt then drove with the occupants and picked Del Toro up. Then they drove back to the racetrack. Wiggins stated there was methamphetamine, cigarettes, and a lighter in the drop. Wiggins explained drops have occurred for over a month. Red typically brings the narcotics with him for the drops. Wiggins advised she knows Del Toro as Red. Oh, Del Toro's Red. Okay.
Wow. Wow.
So Del Toro Jr. is Red.
5 more people are in jail because of doing this.
Okay. I was wondering who Red was. All right. Detective Frankie conducted an audio recorded statement with Paul. Paul was read her Miranda warnings and agreed to speak with Detective Frankie. The following is not verbatim and has been paraphrased. Paul stated she is Del Toro's girlfriend. Paul advised she did not know that Del Toro was what Del Toro was going to do, and that Del Toro was going to explain after the drop was conducted. Paul was told by Del Toro that he was given methamphetamine in exchange for making a run. Paul did not have any further information about the drop.
Yes. I believe it says Wade Wilson.
Oh, send it to me, Jordan.
And it says that he got in trouble.
You guys email me if you find anything interesting. I'll share it. Okay, Detective Frankie conducted an audio recorded statement with DeWitt. DeWitt was read his Miranda rights.
Wade Wilson smuggles medication into jail, incident reports, and more. Wade Wilson smuggled line medication into jail, incident report, and more. So this is his smuggle line of medication. This is how he got it into the jail.
Warnings and agreed to speak with Detective Frankie. The following is not verbatim and has been paraphrased. Oh, thanks for gifting, Darcy. Thank you. Thanks for being here too.
Oh, that was nice.
Okay. DeWitt explained that he was at the house and drove Wiggins to meet with Del Toro and Paul. DeWitt explained he drove for Wiggins because she was tired. DeWitt did not know who Del Toro or Paul was, but met them at the racetrack. He then drove them to the drop-off place. DeWitt eventually stopped in front of the courthouse, and Del Toro exited the vehicle with a walkie-talkie. DeWitt circled the area, and Del Toro called out on the radio to be picked up. DeWitt stated he did not utilize the walkie-talkie and was doing what he was told to by Wiggins.
My neck and my back is
So he's saying he wasn't talking to Del Toro on the walkie-talkie. Wiggins was. Wiggins was just telling them what to do, basically.
And my fibro is just flared up.
DeWitt advised he was not given anything to drive the vehicle. DeWitt explained he did not know what was going on. I have trouble believing he didn't know what was going on.
He had to.
Detective Frankie attempted to conduct an interview with Del Toro, but he invoked his rights. Due to the investigation revealing that Wiggins, Del Toro, Wilson, Wade, Hitchman, and Mulcahy worked together to have narcotics delivered to the Lee County Jail located at 2115 MLK Boulevard. Detective Frankie finds probable cause to charge them each with conspiracy to traffic in controlled substance and trafficking in methamphetamine.
Wow, that's some prison time, isn't it? Hold on.
Due to TN.
Wait, isn't smuggling and trafficking and having medication, isn't that prison time? Don't you get prison time for that? Because isn't that a Scheduled 1 drug? Especially if you're smuggling into a jail. It sounds like what they said. I think 5 people got arrested, and this was like evidently Wade Wilson's like smuggling, like the way that he smuggled the medication into the jail, which is weird because he was in a cell by himself. Like, I don't understand like how he got all these people, unless it was the girl he was talking to through the kiosk or something. And then she got all these people. I don't know. But now they're all in jail. But wouldn't they, Donna, wouldn't they get prison time for that? Because that's traffic. That number 1, they would have the drug. Number 2, trafficking the drug, distributing the drug, and distributing it to jail, to an inmate, right? That's even more time. So these 5 people are in major trouble because of Wade Wilson and because of their own actions.
Detective Ocasio locating 1.2 grams of methamphetamine.
How much is 1.2 grams?
Inside Del Toro's green book bag.
None. Does anybody know how much 1.2 grams is? I don't know nothing about grams or anything like that. Anybody know how much money that would be? 1.2 grams. I'm going to look that up. 1.2 grams. I sound stupid. Hey Siri, how much is 1.2 grams?
Here's what I found.
Convert grams to point conversion measuring. I don't know how to do that. I guess you put 1.25 grams, 625 point. Okay, Hey Siri, how much is 1.25 grams? Is that a lot?
I found this on the web.
Okay, so they found one about coca, and it says that enough to say there's a big difference between 1 gram of coca and 5 grams of coca, but not enough to throw a very big or very long party in any case. But is actually quite a sizable quantity in terms of individual. It is not a lot in terms of trafficking or large-scale commercial quantities. 1 to 5 grams of coca would keep someone amused for several weeks, depending on the severity of their habit. It is all relative. This would be considered a personal supply, not a dealer's stash. So just enough to get in there and get them it said it would be enough for one person for a couple of weeks. So and then say he was selling it, say he was selling it on top of it, enough to be in major trouble, but not enough for like a drug trafficker. They won't play it again, I don't think. Hey Siri, how much weight is 1.2 grams?
It's 0.0026 pounds.
0.0026 pounds.
What would you like to?
So that's not even a like it's not even a pound. It's enough to get you in trouble because you're in the possession of it, but they can make more money on it in the actual jail than they can out on the streets. But they still got them for trafficking and distribution because they were taking it to the jail.
And Detective Frankie finds probable cause to charge Del Toro with possession of a controlled substance. Due to TNT, Detective Ocasio locate 9 grams of fentanyl.
Ooh.
9.2.
Ooh. And then 9.2 grams of the fentanyl. Let's see, 9 grams of fentanyl, 9.2 grams of the medication, and 11 strips of Suboxone. Oh, so they had quite a bit. Okay. Hey Siri, how much is 9 grams in weight?
Here's what I found.
.02 pounds. I don't really know. Enough to get them in trouble because they not only had fentanyl, but they had medication and 11 strips of Suboxone as well that they were smuggling in. That's quite a bit of different kinds of controlled substance. So 1.2 grams of methamphetamine inside his green book bag, and then locating 9 grams of fentanyl, 9.2 grams of methamphetamine, 11 strips of Suboxone. Okay,
grams of methamphetamine and 11 strips of buprenorphine in the gray bags that were found on the front passenger floorboard and under the
but
front
in
passenger
jail,
seat
they're
where
worth
Wiggins
a lot
was
more.
sitting.
They're worth like
Detective Frankie finds probable cause to charge Wiggins with
a lot.
trafficking in fentanyl and possession of controlled substances.
Jail, it's a whole different ballgame.
Wow. But yeah, so
Like
Woody was
one
all caught up
cigarette
in all
is
this.
worth
So
a
he was
lot,
probably, why do I feel like he's the one that like kind of initiated it all in a way?
I don't know why you feel that way.
Oh, Brett. Well, good. I mean, is that why? I'm trying to think.
They all 5 got arrested.
Because, you know, he got his rights taken away to communicate, right? There's that one video.
That's why he got his rights
fan
taken
page that I
away.
want to watch that I think explains that kind of.
So remember when he got his kiosk rights taken away? So that Bobby girl is who he was talking to. And then she got all these other guys to do all of this, and they were supposed to drop it off at a point, and then another inmate was supposed to get it and then bring it in, and Wade was supposed to, you know, then do whatever he wanted with it and be like a drug dealer. I can't believe these people would do this for a guy that has absolutely nothing. I can't believe these people would do this, period. But still, for a guy that's, yeah, I don't understand.
What happened? Oh. Yeah, I heard his live isn't up anymore. I wonder what happened.
Yeah, it's Suboxone.
Bizarre. So, to get started, first and foremost, we have a lot that we're going to look to cover here tonight. So,
Now,
we've actually decided to break this up into a 2-part event.
This right here, Wade's team, this is the people that are the 400 women in love with Wade, okay? And they're supposedly here to debunk rumors and this, that, and the third. But yet he got in trouble for the drugs or whatever, or them getting ready to come to him because it traced it back to that girl, Bobby Higgins, or something like that.
Again, we'll probably get a little bit creative again next time and figure out how we're going to host the next live event. But we do want to let you know kind of an idea about what we're going to be here to cover tonight. Again, we're still increasing our viewers here, so please continue to tap on the screen and make sure that you share this out as I go over this information with you, because
not
we
only
want to
that,
get...
but they found, then they, after they found the 1.25 grams, they also found 9 grams of it and 9.25 of it, and then 9 grams of fentanyl, and then they found 11 Suboxone, like those strips, the strips. I wish I had the soundbite of you telling Herpy about himself, right? I might have to find that because I have a recorder over here, and I might have to figure out how to use my sound system and be able to put it on a soundbite. I did not. $50 for a cigarette here in Canada, in the prison system, in the jail system, because that's about like what they go for here in the United States. Like, it's a big thing. Yeah, he was getting all of that. Yeah, and they got caught, and it was through that Bobby girl, and that's why he can no longer go through the kiosk now. So the only times Americans use grams and ounces is when it comes to dealing. Probably, yeah, right. When was it from? Can I clip it? I don't remember. When did I go off on Ernie? Do you remember when that was, Donna? Hey, Izzy, how are you? Do you remember when that was? When I went off on Ernie? I don't remember. He came in here a couple of different times. Okay, so remember, the people that we're listening to right now is the women that love Wade. So they're going to try to debunk this stuff.
His message out to as many people as possible. And again, we're going to record this so that we can post it afterwards. So our next live event, we're planning to have it completed actually on Sunday. So this coming Sunday, the 25th. We're still figuring out the time. So stay tuned to our official pages. Wade.
No, because I didn't go up on him then. It was when he came in my room. And it was when I had found out that he had tied that girl up and videotaped her. That's when it was. But I can't remember exactly what live that was, because I was going over that actual video for a while. You kept saying, what does he have? Why are they doing these things for him? It's the same with Herpy. What does he have? And what all have his Tiglets been doing for him? True, it's called control. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that at all. Yeah. Yeah, you will be. I'll have to try and look for it. I'm sure SDA will have it. I don't know if she clipped it or not, because I was really mad, and sometimes she tries not to do that. I don't know if she'll have it or not. I was really mad at him though, for that was the time when I found out he had tied up that girl, walked out of the room, and recorded it.
Stephen Wilson official on both Instagram and TikTok, and on Facebook, Wade Stephen Wilson, for more information on the time. But we're going to plan to do another live on Sunday. Now, the whole idea of tonight, guys, is we want to give you an update on Wade, of course, our number one priority here. We also want to touch on our Fundly and Go Get Funding campaigns, his motion for a new trial and acquittal being denied, and, potential new attorneys that we've been looking into. We also are going to debunk some rumors that are going around, because I'm sure everyone has seen them. There's about 1.5 million going around right now, and everyone's been sending us in these rumors, and we're really thankful so that we can make sure we can address them so you know what the actual truth is. And trust me, guys, we have receipts as well. So we came prepared here tonight. So to get started, though, let's start with an update on Wade. So it's been a little bit of a challenging week. As of last Saturday, it was August 10th at 4:15 p.m. Wade officially had all of his phone and email communications completely shut off and revoked. So they are doing their best to silence Wade on the inside as well. Because
what did that girl just say? That girl has a whiny voice. It was hard to hear what she just said. She said something about all of his communications, his device, kiosk, and everything has been shut down. Yeah, well, that's because he was getting ready to have a lot of, drugs smuggled in. Hello.
We also are going to debunk some rumors that are going around, because I'm sure everyone has seen them. There's about 1.5 million going around right now, and everyone's been sending us in these rumors, and we're really thankful so that we can make sure we can address them so you know what the actual truth is. And trust me, guys, we have receipts as well. So we came prepared here tonight.
That's funny. I didn't know.
So to get started, let's start with an update on Wade. So it's been a little bit of a challenging week. As of last Saturday, it was August 10th. At 4:15 p.m., Wade officially had all of his phone and email communications completely shut off and revoked. So they are doing their best to silence Wade on the inside as well.
I did it.
Because, again, I think they're a little intimidated that we're trying to tell his truth. Now, being completely honest and transparent, we are not sure when or if he's going to be getting these privileges back before he is transferred to prison, but we are still fighting on a daily basis for this. We want to thank everybody so much for your concerns, but we are going to ask you that you please do not reach out to the jail any further. we're significantly concerned that this is causing him to have his privileges taken away even longer because of how many people and the volume of the amount of people who are reaching out directly. So we really thank you for your concern. Truly, it means a lot, but please do not contact the Lee County Jail any further. They can implement their own rules. They are not regulated by the government because it is not a state prison. So we do need to make sure that we're aware that the more we reach out, unfortunately, we think the worse off it is for him. We have tried to contact the jail ourselves on numerous occasions, but we've been put on hold or hung up on. We haven't really been given any form of information. We've even tried to contact his lawyers, and we've had absolutely no luck. No shocker there, though, but they haven't returned any of our phone calls or emails. Now, I will say that today, Wade did appear for a court appearance today for his motion to transport, and that's ultimately so that they can transport him to and from to get him to his scans and MRIs that need to be completed on August 22nd. Now, the good news is, guys, we can share that someone on our team was able to make it today to that hearing at 9 a.m., and we were physically able to see Wade. It was absolutely great, and ultimately, he seemed like he was in good spirits, given the circumstances, clearly, and not being able to communicate with anyone on the outside. He did see that he had a representation from his team there, and you could really tell that it kept him upbeat.
What did you say, Donna? You said, that is why I was worried about when I said that to you about Eric. As to whether he, yeah, but she's not talking. I've been having a really bad cough, just all of a sudden, I'm coughing. Yeah. I'm trying to think, Betty, that is why I was worried about when I said that to you about Eric, of whether Eric had the high five or not, if that's what Ernie had given to him. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are. I don't know why, though. They already know he's in there. Why do they keep calling? That's so weird. Pretty soon the jail's going to get really mad. But yeah, not that Christine, she's not talking. It's actually his girl team. They're debunking some things because he had things taken away from him, the kiosk and stuff like that, because of the fact he had a girl try to come in and try to traffic drugs to him. $218 over $117. That's really high, though, isn't it? The 218 part is. But it's better than what you thought on the 220 over 130. I don't know much about blood pressure, but I think that's kind of high.
And excited of what the future holds, because again, he knows that he has us out here fighting, even if he can't communicate with us on a daily basis right now. So again, we did see Wade today in person, one of our team members, and he was very happy to see that he did have support there.
Oh, I bet.
Now, heading on next to the Fundly and Go Get Funding campaigns, we wanted to address this because there's been a lot of rumors going around that it's going to.
Okay, I don't think we want to listen to this because we don't care about his funding and all his stuff. Let me find something else to watch besides his funding and all of that, you know. Does that mean that you have high blood pressure? Because I'm not really good at that stuff anymore like that. I'm not in the medical field or nothing. I just know mine's like 120 over 70 something. So that seems like it would be high blood pressure, but some people do have high blood pressure. Okay, so we're going to go to this was 5 days before Wade was arrested. So I wanted to show you this, and I wanted to show you like what he did. So he had gotten pulled over by a police officer. And I also want to show you how his face didn't look like that, you know. So give me 1 second here. This was 5 days after or before he had actually done the crimes, which is really sad, because if that cop would have got a hold of him, then he wouldn't have done the crimes. So the cop is standing here talking to him.
I'll explain to you when my partner
Now, see how his teeth are jacked up? That's because when he was in jail, he had gotten that Schwatsky or whatever. What is it called? I don't even know what it's called. That tattoo done on the side of his head and on his cheek. No other tattoos done on that. And he said that he was with them, so they busted his teeth. And then he got out of jail. And then this was he had only been out of jail 5 days before he committed those crimes.
here, okay? Yeah. Huh? About this morning. Huh?
So if the cop could have arrested him, nobody could have gotten hurt.
Hmm? Say again? Yeah, I can do that, but I'm just waiting for my partner to get here. Yeah, absolutely. And here's what's going to happen. Is the car running? Shut the car off for me. It's off?
It's not.
I'm going to detain you until I figure out what exactly is going on. I'm screaming at my girlfriend, so.
Yeah, that's what mine is.
Wait, you don't
So you might have the
because you're on
hypertension.
probation, okay?
You have the hypertension, don't you?
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm going to have you step out of the car, and I'm going to detain you. Not arrest. Detain you right now, okay? And I can't have any problems. You understand me? All right. What's that? Bike 5, I'm at Joe's Crab Shack in the parking lot. I will. I give you my word. No. I have to detain you. By our procedures, I have to detain you. Hmm? Because of the battery this morning. There wasn't any battery? Okay. Hmm?
Yeah, he had already beat up his girlfriend.
No. Just relax.
He beat up his girlfriend, and he was already
let me see the keys to the car. Let me see the keys to the car.
And out on bond.
Keys.
And he beat her up again that night, or that morning.
Wait, we're not going to have any problems. Just give me the keys to the car.
This is how much of a dipshit he is.
Wade.
Sir, I didn't do anything. Look at me.
All right. Just wait till my partner gets here.
And the officer even testified because he starts the car and he drives off. And the cop thinks about that all the time because if he could have gotten him, he said that he, followed him, but then got dangerous conditions. But if he could have put him in jail, none of that would have happened because that was 5 days before the crime.
Take off.
Yeah, 5 days before the crimes. I don't want that music. Oop. Okay, so yeah, that was 5 days before he did the crime, right? Let's see, exclusive interview with Wade Wilson, Insider. I wonder who this is. And today the judge called him Stephen Wade Wilson. It was weird. It was weird that he called him that. Oh, wow. He has a TikTok. Wade Stephen Wilson official. Do you see this? He has a TikTok. Yeah, they know him by him. Yeah. He had been arrested 20 times since he was 16 years old. And that morning he had beat Mila up. And so they were going to take him in for that. But the police officer wasn't able to chase him down because the conditions wasn't good with all the cars and everything. And so he had to testify on the stand, which he said that, we can go to that. But he said that was like 5 days before the crimes. So he could have stopped it if he could have took him to jail. How horrible is that, right? He couldn't stop it.
Hi, everyone. This is Marie. I'm sure that you're used to hearing my voice all around. And I'm really excited here to be able to speak a little bit more on behalf of Wade and Team Wade on the Strange Embers podcast. So thanks again for having me.
What?
You're very welcome. Thanks for being here with us. In this interview, we're going to ask a few questions to find out some things, I guess you would say, about the trial. We're going to ask some really light questions as well. And we'll just kind of move from there with it and see where this goes.
Actually, should we go to the trial? Because I really wanted to go to the trial instead of listening to a girl that's in lust with him. Do you think we should just go to the trial and pick out things of what happened in the trial? He did have pretty choppers, and that's why they busted him. Yeah. And they're all broken and stuff like that. But he was just a jerk. He was just a big jerk. You know what I mean? Just a big jerk. I don't know. Like, it's kind of like they did with Manson and Ted Bundy and yeah, now he has like chiclets, right? It's, I don't know. It's like these girls have obsessions like they've done with Chris Watts and all these women, that's been dating him. And I don't really know. Do you want to listen to this girl, or do you want me to go and listen to the people in the trial? Put a 1 if you want to listen to this girl. Put a 2 if you want to listen to people from the trial. I mean, we could listen to this girl because I guess we could find out more as to why, maybe who she is at this point in 2024. And how does she know him, I guess? Do you want to do that? Anybody in my room? You want to do both? Okay, we'll do both. All right.
So to start out with, Marie, would you like to tell everybody how you know Wade, how you got into doing what you're doing right now?
Yeah, for sure. I began my friendship with Wade a few months ago. And to this day, now I really truly consider him one of my best friends. I reached out to him like many people did on Smart Inmate when I became aware of his case. And I just got invested from there. Honestly, I was a little bit surprised that he even accepted me. He had no idea who I was. I know he just receives names and areas that they live in,
True.
but he does get a request. So I was honestly pretty shocked that he even answered and responded.
It is the same scenario with Ernie.
When we built our friendship, I made sure that he was aware that I was very familiar already with his case. I had done some research into it because I've always had interest in watching court cases and hearing what they're all about.
Yeah, it's very
We didn't really
sad.
initially honestly speak much about his case. We really just took the time to be able to get to know
Now,
each other
I
on a
sped
friendship
her
level,
up.
and I got to know who he was as an individual. Understandably, over time, things came to where we started discussing more about his case and his innocence, and I was lucky enough that
Innocence.
he was willing to tell me his full story, so I really got a good picture of everything that did truly happen.
Oh my gosh.
And really, Wade has grown so much over the last 5 years. he's not by any means the person that he used to be, right? He understands the importance of trust and quality in his friendships. And that's why I really like to reiterate.
Marie, nobody is who they used to be 5 years ago. So is it okay for everybody that goes out and red rums someone or grapes someone that 5 years later we just let them all out of prison because they're rehabilitated and they're doing amazing? No, come on. Use your brain. Use your brain.
The fact that even though we've only known each other for a few months, the amount of time isn't necessarily an indicator of the strength of our relationship.
All right, sweetheart.
Just by us
Sweet
taking the time to
dreams.
get to know each other, we speak honestly several times a day, if not more than that. It's pretty often. We've just really created a stable
Sweet
foundation to our
dreams.
friendship, and I'm super grateful that he trusted me to be not only part of his team, but to be able to make decisions on his behalf.
Oh my gosh.
With you saying y'all speak several times a day, a lot of the times I'm going to go ahead and ask this. Is it a tablet that he has? The kiosk that we hear about, is that a tablet or is it a...
It is. So I laugh over the kiosk. So he does. He has, I always laugh over the kiosk now.
You don't have it no more.
He does have access to tablets, typically. I will say that. Now, his
All right,
access,
baby girl.
it's normally from around, 7 in the morning.
This
It
will
always
be my
cuts off
last
by
one,
11 that
and then
night.
I'm going to bed myself.
But as of right now, understandably, he's had all communications cut off
Everybody
with him.
get
So he
all
has not had access to
cozy
these tablets since pretty
and
much Saturday, August 10th. Now he's
everybody just get all cozy, get your blankets on top of you, lay down in your perfect position, and listen to this girl banter about how perfect and amazing Wade is, even though she's only known him for a few months, and how innocent he is. So just get all cozy and get in your dreamland, and I'll interrupt you every once in a while with my nice soothing voice of how stupid and crazy all of this sounds. Okay? Sweet dreams, everybody.
tablets are a little bit different than his kiosk. His kiosk, he did still have some access to it. I do believe that's been fully cut off at this point as well, but the kiosk allows him to accept and reject requests through Smart Inmate. It does not allow him to do anything further than that. His tablets, he has two different tablets that he's utilized. One specifically for phone and entertainment needs, and then one's for messaging. Again, he has very, very minimal access to these tablets since he's in jail. He has time restrictions that he can normally use it within. And these tablets really only have a couple of apps that they can actually download. I know I mentioned this previous on our live, but he has access to certain streaming sites like a Pandora for music. It's not necessarily Pandora, but something similar. He has access to be able to read up on news. He gets movies, which are updated once a month, and a few games. I know I mentioned last time one called Merge Block.
And
but it's
all
really
that
not much other than
away.
that. One thing I can't stress enough is the fact that
Because he was a bad boy and tried to smuggle
no access to get to Google or any other form of search engines that the public may use. He absolutely has no access to social media, so that's why he has his team running his verified social media accounts.
There you go.
And he definitely, and I can't reiterate this enough, he definitely does not have access to any form of apps like a WhatsApp or Signal. And I'm sure you've seen too that there's been a lot of people who have been trying to scam others through these sites stating, I can get you in touch with Wade for a certain dollar amount, download this app. These apps are encrypted, and there's no way that the jail is able to monitor what's being said through those apps. So I just want to reiterate the fact that he has no access to that. It's still very, very limited. And these tablets, they're through GTL. So you can look them up. You can see they're very, very basic tablets that do not allow him to do much.
Thank you for that. If anybody does hear that, do not think that you're going to pay somebody to get through. It's not happening. Is that correct?
Absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely not. Like I said, jails are very particular with what they allow their inmates to do, especially a county jail versus a state prison. There's absolutely no way that he would ever have access to an encrypted app in order to message.
But I could bet you one thing. I could get through to and talk to this guy just like these young ladies are doing right now. It's not that hard. Write a letter and be like, my name is such and such, and I just adore you, and you're innocent, and blah, blah, blah. And I would have a letter in my mailbox. But no, thank you. No, thank you.
Or talk to somebody. Absolutely no way that in a county jail that he can send you photos. Now, I know that's going to change a little bit as he goes to prison. They do have other apps that they utilize, like a Securus, where he's able to send pictures and be able to talk a little bit more openly, I will say. But in county jail, he is very, very limited to what he does have access to.
Gotcha. A couple other little light questions that I've seen from other people asking is, since you have said about the movies and books and all, a lot of people want to know, do you know what his favorite book is? Do you know what his music genre of choice is? This is some of the things that some people want to know.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, you know, I know everyone's always curious, right, to get to know Wade a little bit better, and he's kind of an enigma at this point. You know, I can't necessarily say what his favorite book is. He just loves to read, and he loves to continuously use his mind. He likes to be kept busy. That's his type of personality. And we honestly even joke it's almost like his ADHD brain. He constantly wants to be busy, and he constantly needs to be doing something. So books wise, I can't say, but music, I can say he's really all over the place. He loves rap music. He loves reggae. Some people and some bands that he does like is like Collie Buddz. If you look at reggae, he likes Marshmello. He likes Kevin Gates. I wouldn't say he's the biggest country fan. That's probably his least favorite of anything. But really anything that keeps it upbeat and positive and has good vibes to it. He
course, he
appreciates
wouldn't like country. There's
Movies, I
no
would say he probably
red
likes more
lemon in
action.
it.
I know he's a big Fast and the Furious fan. He just recently watched one of the more recent ones because that was available on his tablet. But he also likes other movies about adventures
I'll
too.
have to put it in my
He's
description,
constantly
though.
watching movies though. So if he's not reading, he's probably watching a movie.
Gotcha. Has it been, since you created this friendship with him, has it been hard for you to stay in touch with him, like going through the trial, coming up to sentencing? Obviously, you don't have any communications right now, but besides that, has it been kind of hard to stay in touch with him? I know you said about 3 times a day at least you've talked to him, so.
Yeah. You know, I'll tell you that as of recent has been more challenging than expected, right? Wade is very much a people person. He likes to talk to people. He likes to get to know you. And honestly, I think it just helps him pass the time while he's been in jail, right? He's been in there for over 5 years now. So restricting his communication, I know even though I can't necessarily speak to him, I know it's probably been extremely difficult on him. It's caused him additional emotional stress during this already very stressful time coming up to his sentencing. Now, for the first few months that we met and we were friends too, it was very easy for us to speak. There's really no concerns. But I also want to remind you that this is before he really became into the public eye and really became a public figure. Now, I can tell you that the last few weeks, things have completely changed, and they have been extremely challenging for us as we continue to tell his truth through his verified social media accounts and have expanded his presence around the world. So just some examples to give you, starting the last week of July, the jail officially cut off all of my messaging to Wade. Starting the first week of August, they actually began blocking my phone number. So I've had to create different phone numbers for him to be able to call me on a daily basis. Sometimes I've had to create more than one in the same day. They have certain ways at the jail where they're able to connect with GTL, again, who provides the phone services, in order to have phone numbers blocked so he is unable to give them a call. Now, I'll tell you that by the second week of August, not only did they still have me blocked on pretty much every single number I call, but they also started beginning to block almost everybody's phone numbers that Wade speaks with. Not only the people who are on Team Wade, but even family members and his lawyers they began cutting off.
Really?
Yeah, it's absolutely insane that the power that they hold in these county jails and how they are not regulated. They can more or less do as they please. And at this point, again, they're not too happy with
They're not happy because, first of all, he tried to break out of jail. And second of all, he tried to bring drugs into jail. What do you expect, woman? It's not like he's sitting in there being a good little boy like you're trying to tell everybody he is. No. He legitimately was bringing the worst kind of drugs into the jail. And he tried to escape. Okay.
Stories that we're telling. So they're trying to disconnect him from everyone possible, and their goal is ultimately to break him.
Oh, Lord.
Like I said, starting the second week of August, too, they started blocking messaging as well, too, to these people. They started disconnecting them without Wade actually disconnecting from them. And then once you're disconnected, there's a message that pops up saying that you can no longer reconnect with any inmates from that facility, the Lee County Jail. So
that's when your number is blocked. It gives you that message.
Not necessarily a number, but for messaging, like through the Smart Inmate.
Okay.
It will give you that message for many people. Can't say every single one, but majority of people, including our team members, started receiving a message that we can no longer request to be connected with him.
Gotcha.
Well, you can't smuggle drugs.
Got to the point, honestly, where they started actually blocking our credit cards and any of our cards that were in our name so that we could no longer put money on our accounts to speak with him. I'll tell you, luckily, we found a loophole around that because that's who we are and we're very inventive here. But that's how far that they have gone to silence him and prevent him from speaking his truth and the true story of what's truly occurred.
Oh,
As
Lord.
everyone already knows, on August 10th, he was officially put into a disciplinary confinement that we did find out about through letters that Wade has been able to write to us and have actually been delivered. Again, he's written to us. We do not believe our letters are necessarily getting to him that we have tried to send to him. And the reason why we found out that they put him in this disciplinary confinement was due to him circumventing the security systems in place for the jail. But I'll tell you that wasn't even the original thing that he was told. And honestly, he wasn't even given an original reasoning.
Oh, my goodness.
When his phone privileges were revoked from him, we were actually on the phone with him. And we had him ask the guards specifically to give us an explanation as to why, and they could not provide us a reason, or they refused to provide us a reason.
Because of the drugs.
So as I mentioned, as of today, he still does not have access to any form of phone or email. And honestly, we're not expecting him to get this back until he's transferred to prison.
Right.
And really, again, can't stress enough, it's just their way of silencing Wade and having control over him, especially since right now he's such a public figure and really truly a worldwide figure.
Goodness.
You keep calling him Wade. I keep calling him Wade. I'm going to ask this one also. I've heard him through everything on the interwebs now. He goes by Wade. He goes by Steven. He's introduced himself as JR.
Yep.
One question is, do you know why he introduced himself as JR at any point?
I can't necessarily say the exact reason. And I can't say that we've gotten into that a ton. I am very familiar with it, and I've heard it understandably throughout the trial. Wade's a bit of an enigma, and I think that he likes the mystery behind it of not having his name always out there, and that was previously it. So I would say overall, it was something fun for him to be able to do, right? Be able to disconnect from who he.
Well, if I was planning on maybe, unaliving someone, I don't think I would give my legal name out either. That way they'd just be running around looking for a Sarah instead of a Betty, right? Come on. He is a con artist. He tried to have drugs smuggled in the county jail. He tried to break out of the county jail. And you're wondering why he doesn't have phone privileges. You're saying it's because he's so popular and because they want to shut him up from telling the truth. No. It's because he's a very, very disgusting individual, even while in jail.
What his name is and be able to kind of portray someone different.
Okay. Since you've been friends with him, what is his preferred name?
Oh, Wade, 100%. Definitely Wade.
Okay.
I can tell you that 100%.
All right.
He loves it. So he loves the name.
I was really wondering about that because I've heard probably Steven throughout, going through everything I've been researching as well. Probably Steven's the one I personally came across the most until trial started. So I was wondering if the whole Wade thing came about from that being his first name, legal name, how they go about that. So it's good to know. I like to know that.
Yeah, of course.
How does Wade feel going into the sentencing? Is he feeling hopeful about an appeal coming up? Is he hopeful about getting proper representation to show more evidence, to show the things that he has talked about going forward? Where's his mental state at with all this?
It's hard to believe, but he's honestly been surprisingly extremely positive. He is very excited for this appeals process to begin. One, to be done with his previous lawyers, but two, for the future to be able to work with a new attorney who's hopefully going to truly believe in him and believe in his innocence. Our biggest goal here ultimately is to be able to raise up enough money to be able to pay for Wade to have competent legal representation, right? I think we all understand that, especially through his previous trial, he has not had that opportunity, and he has not had an opportunity at a fair trial. So we are extremely excited. I know he's very excited too, because of all the support that he's had, and we're seeing that this dream is becoming a vision now with all of the donations that we've received through our Fundly account and our Go Get funding, which was recently opened. Again, I think it's been pretty evident to people all around the world because we have support.
I have a sneaky feeling that since he tried to smuggle drugs into the jail, and since he tried to break out of jail, I have a sneaky feeling that his GoFundMe will probably be shut down as well. Just a feeling I have.
Absolutely everywhere. That he did not receive proper legal representation through his trial in order to fight the charges and ultimately his recommended punishment. The jury did not have a chance to even form any form of reasonable doubt because Wade's lawyers, they didn't present anything to negate what the state provided as this so-called evidence.
Oh my goodness.
Right? I think the biggest thing for me is that from the very beginning, Wade has always been guilty. Now you have to prove your innocence. But here in the U.S. and the foundation of our legal system truly is that you're innocent until proven guilty. And he hasn't been given that opportunity.
He confessed.
His lawyers,
Okay.
his ones, as I mentioned, you know, it was extremely difficult for him to work with them because they don't even.
Marie, he confessed many times, and then he even told where Diane's body was located. How much more evidence do you need? It doesn't take a rocket scientist.
Believe in his innocence. And if as a reminder, he actually asked to change his current lawyers because of this reason and many others, but that was actually denied, and they decided to go to trial from here. In a case like Wade's, it's so critical to have competent representation with a solid track record in death penalty cases. Due to his indigent status, he didn't have the capability to be able to secure this. And again, that's why our main goal here is to be able to raise up enough money so that he does have this actual fighting chance to be able to prove his innocence, get through the appeals process, get that approved so that we can get a new trial. As time has gone on, the social media platforms against Wade have truly allowed their emotions to take over their critical thinking skills. Everyone is just so focused on what the media has stated and the image that the media has portrayed of Wade that they're not actually looking into things objectively and seeing what the true.
So, Marie, you're telling me that you did not hear Wade confess many times, and you're telling me that you did that he confessed to his father where Diane's body was located so that they could at least go and pick up her remains of what was left of her, right? That's what you're saying right now? Interesting.
Missing information is and the loopholes in his case. So, like I said, we're very, very excited. I know Wade is very excited and he's keeping as positive as possible. His mental state has never been this strong because he knows that we are so close to this appeals process. He can taste it, and he knows that the people are going to be able to actually see his side of the story.
And I agree with you on that as far as the
well, we
going out into the
right?
social media platforms of things and everything that I've seen. Well, first off, to go into the court case, if you've watched our show, it's always, you've heard me say it 1,000 times, there's holes all over this case, everywhere. And in a court system, it's not, we're going to go to court to show the evidence that we think needs to be shown for somebody to be guilty. It's show all the evidence. You let a jury of your peers decide from what's the evidence that is there. And I do not.
Well, I mean, how much more, this is the thing. How much more evidence do you need when a man tells his father and confesses to both crimes, and then he confesses to the investigator, the detective, and then he confesses on the phone to his what do you call it? What was I talking about? I'm so tired. He confessed on the phone. Oh, confessed to his girlfriend. He confessed to his girlfriend, and he cried on the phone with his girlfriend. And he said he didn't know why he had done the crime. He just wanted to. I don't know what more you need. Just because he fabricated that all of this new stuff, there's nothing to back it up. Nothing. There's no evidence whatsoever. But there's evidence where he told his dad where the body was so that Diane could properly be buried. There's evidence of him saying he strangled Christine, and that happened. There's evidence that he said he strangled and then ran over Diane, and there's evidence for that. That he ran her over until she looked like spaghetti, his words. But it's crazy how, Marie, you're sitting here just propounding his innocence 5 years later with nothing to back it up except Wade's words. Crazy. No, I think she might be laying down now. Yeah, it's disgusting. These women have lost their... And not only that, but now he's tried to smuggle drugs in the jail. He's tried to break out of jail. So he's not this good, upstanding little citizen in the jail, okay? There's a reason they took away all his phone calls. There's a reason they took away his little kiosk. And there's a reason that they took away his iPad, because he is dangerous. Now there's 5 other people in jail right now because they were bringing in methication, fentanyl, and Subutex, which is the same thing as what, there's another word for it. I can't think of it right now. So he's not being the good little boy that you want him to be, that you guys are all making him out to be. It's kind of like all of the women with Ernie. Oh, he didn't do none of these crimes. He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't rob anyone. He didn't do nothing. People just stalked and harassed him and drove him crazy. No, no, no. There is so much evidence to back up that this man did the crimes, did exactly what he said. He even remembered how many White Claws that he drank in the house that he broke into, and he remembered how many he poured out. There's a lot to go with all of that, but there's nothing to back up his news story at all. Nothing. Nada. Fabrication.
Feel like out of seeing this, we have not seen all the evidence. There's so many holes that are left in this case. I'm probably going to jump back and forth on a couple of things, and I know you've spoken about this a little bit already, but if people want to know what Wade is like on a personal level, can you speak to that? Like, how do you know him on a personal level? Can you speak to that any?
Yeah, I definitely can. And like I said, I'm very thankful and very glad that I can consider Wade one of my best friends. He's an extremely protective individual. I'll tell you, those he trusts and loves, very protective over us, wants to look out for what's best in us as well too. And I know he's been very nervous about us going through this process and being part of his team because he understands what risks that we're taking here. He's also very appreciative to the risks that we're taking.
He doesn't even care about
funny,
you.
Very goofy, very goofy. He wants to make you laugh. And he wants to brighten your day if he knows it's been rough. And I really love that because ultimately we have to go back and think about the situation he's in, right? That he's been stuck in this.
Yeah, if he was so great and so wonderful, why is he stuck in a cell right now? Why is he, and this is before his, his court, why is there 2 women unalived right now for no reason whatsoever, and could have been a third, which was his girlfriend, until she just made it to where he ripped her clothes off of her, but he couldn't get her in the car on the day of her son's birthday. Not only that, but he also drove around. He stole the girl's cell phone after he unalived her, and then he drove around in her car all over the place. And then he ran over Diane with Kristen, the other girl's car that he strangled. Yeah, it all fits together perfectly, Marie.
The last 5 years, and yet he still cares about us enough that he wants to make sure that we're having a good day and that he makes us laugh. He really does keep a pretty positive attitude again too for the situation that he's been in, and he just loves to hear about what we're up to on the outside. It makes him hopeful, makes him look forward to what his future does bring once we are able to get him out of jail, out of prison, and be able to prove his innocence.
You're getting him out.
But on the other side of things, Wade's also a very trusting individual, and he wants to see the best in everybody. He wants to believe that everyone has good intentions, and I'm sure that you have seen that there have been a lot of people who have tried to take advantage.
All right, so at this point, Marie, he just now got double death row. He also got 15 years in prison. He's already confessed. What do you actually think you're going to do? How are you going to corroborate this story that he has made up with no evidence whatsoever? None, zero, zilch. But all the evidence that happened and he said happened is right there. How does that work out? I don't know. It's almost like you're in a delusional state.
Of him and exploit him a lot of scammers, and just a lot of negative people who are just here, like I said, to see his demise because he is in such a compromising position.
Oh, so compromising.
He's honestly just a wonderful human being. And we are here. His entire team is here to be his protectors. And we
Marie, do you realize that he had sex with the woman that he strangled twice before he strangled her? And he just went in there and said, I just wanted to. There was no reason. She just went in there to go to sleep, doll. And he strangled her. And then the other woman, he was asking directions. And since he didn't have all those tattoos on his face and didn't look all creepy scary, she got in the car with him. As soon as she got in the car with him, as he told his father and he told many other people, he choked the bitch out. Drove with one hand and choked her with the other. When he stopped the car, he realized she was not unalive. So then he ran over her 10 to 20 times until she looked like spaghetti. He then took the body, put it in the car, what was left of it, drove down to the end of that new construction, and there's a little wooded area, and that's where he put the body. And isn't it weird that that's where he told his dad that the body was at? And that was while he was in jail on a recorded phone call, so that her son, that was 18 years old, could bring his mama at least so that he could bury her. Yeah. Weird how all that collaboration goes together, but there's nothing with how wonderful he is. And while he was in this prison, jail, while he's been in jail, he tried to break out. He tried to bring in Suboxone. He tried to bring in fentanyl, and he tried to bring in methamphetamines. But he's such a wonderful, amazing man, right?
take that job very seriously because we see the good in him. And again, we see his innocence in the fact that he has been framed in this situation.
I did. I've got a short on my page
as well.
and I've got a video.
Has everybody, you said that you've normally, before where we're at right now, you'd get to speak with him probably up to 3 times a day. Is everybody on your team on the same relationship with him? Have they been able to be in touch with him in the same fashion?
We love Wade. He's innocent.
I will tell you that I do probably speak to Wade more than other team members. And again, that's just because of the relationship we built. And being honest, it was originally Wade and I who kind of started this endeavor together.
Nothing. Izzy came in and said that she was intentionally ignoring you, but it didn't work.
So did our team because
and then she said you ignored her better.
Right.
Yeah, they legitimately are.
But I will say I probably do speak the most with him about these situations just because we truly have built that trusting relationship that has lasted for several months now.
Listen, you've known him for several months now, and you've got such a trusting, amazing relationship with a guy that brutally murdered 2 women for no reason whatsoever and almost did a third. Great relationship as he tried to break out of jail. Let me remind you again. And as he tried to bring in meth, fentanyl, and Suboxone into the jail. And 5 people are in jail looking at prison time right now because of your wonderful, wonderful Wade.
Our team is wonderful, though. They work 24/7, and we honestly couldn't do it without them. I know I couldn't. I wouldn't be able to keep it sane, especially not having the communication with him right now.
Oh, yes.
And really our main goal again
but now she's all
Wade's innocence,
for
to tell
his
truly get him a new and a fair trial and to get him released from prison for these crimes that he did not commit that we all fully believe in.
He did
we're not
not.
Here to sexualize Wade, and we're not here because he's an attractive man. I don't think anybody will doubt.
Oh, my gosh. Then how did they find Diane's body? How'd they find her body, Marie? You know, I bet if I did an interview with you, it wouldn't be a good interview, would it? Because you wouldn't be able to answer any of my questions. And I've only been on this case for the last 2 weeks. And I'm smarter than you are, honey.
That he's not. But you can see from our official social media pages that we're really focused on just telling a story and fighting for him to receive a fair trial.
Oh, and what about a few years ago, battery, assault, and rape with a 12-year-old and over. What about that? What about the 20 arrests he had before this? None of those matter either. They didn't happen. He was just having a bad time in life. And they were all drug related or rape related or assaults and battery to his girlfriends and the people he loved.
Also, with you saying the way that Wade is, with wanting to protect you, even being in there,
Yeah,
how much
he did. He
hatred,
laughed
how
a
much
lot.
anger has been directed your way?
Very
being
sick, Ernie.
essentially the leader of this.
The leader.
Save Wade.
You know, I can't even express the amount of messages, honestly, that we receive on a daily basis, both positive and negative. There's been a lot of hatred and anger being directed not only towards Wade, but also our team, and even his supporters on a daily basis.
It's funny, Ernie had a team too, and he's in jail.
Is very skewed, and many are losing sight of the core issue at hand, which is ultimately the fact that Wade just deserves a fair and new trial, right? I don't think we can disagree on that.
But that is why
now, again, many people believe
we can disagree on that, because that's why the judge said no new trial and no acquittal. And then he just got charged today with not just the death sentence, but double death sentence. Double. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Woman, you got to learn that in this world. You are so naive. It's scary.
that our support for Wade is just solely because of his appearance. And again, I can assure you that this is far from the truth. And that's why if you go to our verified social media accounts, you're not going to see these thirst traps, which, don't get me wrong, we think they're very funny and they're entertaining to watch, but you're not going to see those coming on our pages because
he looks like a dork.
Focused on telling Wade's story and to get him a fair trial.
He looks like a 6'4" dork.
But there's a global community of individuals who, there's a couple different things that they're focused on. One, many of them oppose the death penalty in general and don't believe in that.
Ugh.
Two, they recognize the numerous inconsistencies in his case and the significant errors that have been made by not only his legal team, but the court proceedings as well. And then a third, they just believe that everyone, regardless of the crimes they're accused of, deserves a fair and impartial trial. I think the biggest thing that has directed a lot of hate and anger towards our way is the spreading of misinformation, speculation, defamation, harassment, and privacy invasions.
I'm glad that she's watching it,
there's a lot that's going on social media
it's
right now
very
about
cringe,
that.
and it's
it's
very
honestly reached
creepy.
alarming levels, and some social media platforms
It just
are
goes
even
to
allowing
show
it
you
to occur
that,
on a
like, what Ernie could do on YouTube and then laugh about it with all the women. Look what this man can do behind bars. He can try to escape. He can try to bring drugs in. All kinds of different things. But he's such a great guy. Just an amazing, wonderful, upstanding citizen that was framed. But yet he was the only one that knew where the body was. He was the only one that knew also everything that happened to Kristen, which collaborated with everything he said.
Daily basis. So I would say that that's probably causing a lot of that hatred and anger that's being directed our way, but I can't say we're allowing it to bother us.
Yes.
Very good.
I did read that today.
That's one of the biggest things in the social
I
media
thought
world.
that was
is those
crazy.
People, you got to have a thick skin to be out here.
It
doing
actually
this.
fits him.
Yeah, that's very true.
You said also about the stuff that's out right now. So let's address this with the phone calls from prison.
Oh, wait. You just said something. Wait. You just said something. I didn't know that a fugitive recovery agent is your wife. Oh, okay. I just realized that. I got wifey and then fugitive recovery agent. I was like, wait, yeah, that's my girl. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was your wife. Yeah, she comes in here and listens with me. She's awesome. I love her.
There are exemptions with the way that you receive these kind of things. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I'm the one that looks dumb now.
All right. So in one of the exemptions, it says
I'm kind of tired
Exemption
though.
number 6 is information that, if disclosed, would invade another's individual personal privacy.
Yes, she is. And
Would you
she's
like
a
to?
doll.
Can we
She
discuss
is
that
a
for a minute?
doll. Matter of fact,
Yeah, I would
she
love
really
to
looks
discuss
out
this,
for me
honestly, because this
too.
is definitely something that we have been looking into. Understandably, everyone is very
There
familiar
was
with the phone calls
somebody,
that are being released.
we were watching the Wade thing and somebody came in and said something really derogatory. And before I could even say anything, she already had them gone. And I was like, yep, that's what I need right there. Because if I would have known they were gone, I wouldn't even have addressed what they said.
Now, FOIA does allow for these calls to be released to the public when paid for and requested.
It
So
does
that's
remind you of that, don't
not
it,
anything
Donna?
shocking.
Hang on.
I think what's
Let me read what Donna had to say here. She says, just like the Tiglets talking about Herpy, he was the one who knew where the keys to the van was after saying he had been carjacked at gunpoint, then taking it back, but it was all a setup. Exactly. His sentence should be one of the ways those women endured. Right? But instead, he's got lethal injection or the electric chair. Did she tell you about it? Yeah. Sometimes at late at night, we get some real creeps in here. And Donna's talking to you. And I guess Bandit was on the I don't like Herpy train too, but then he's now turned and now he's like all up in Ernie's thing and done a complete 180 and wants to be his best friend and thinks he's innocent. I know you was. Yeah, because they won't let you write it. But yeah, I wished he would kind of accidentally get ran over, accidentally maybe get strangled, and he stabbed his ex-boyfriend, so maybe accidentally get stabbed too. Sorry, I just, had a little bit of a cold. I apologize for that.
more interesting is the fact that the calls that are being released have almost nothing to do with Wade's actual case and are just instead an invasion of privacy, and they're working on defaming his character.
Oh my.
So I find that very interesting that we're choosing to focus on those versus one that actually might deal with specifically his case. Now these jail calls, I want to remind
Yes,
people, they're
all of
recorded
it. There you
and
go.
are
We do it
intended for
all.
law
Every
and
bit of it.
purposes only in case the jail or prisons require them and need that
Eye
information.
for an eye,
But
tooth for
specifically
a
with this
tooth.
exemption that you stated before,
They already knocked his tooth out,
as you
so he's got
these
chiclets
calls cannot
now.
be released and utilized if that information is going to invade another individual's personal privacy. And these calls are doing exactly that. They are affecting the individuals who are involved.
Okay, listen.
And I will tell you that.
Okay, let's talk about this, Marie. Every call in a jail is recorded. Yeah, that's right. And then some people get a thing called a FOIA and they fill it out. And then 5 years later, they're able to actually get the calls because the man has been found guilty. Yeah, isn't it weird how that works? It's really strange, but every call in a jail or a prison is in fact recorded. Now, I want you to take notes on this because I don't think you understand. And anybody out there that would like to just get a FOIA of the calls can do so at any given time, as long as it does not interfere in the investigation. So there's no privacy. He belongs to the state of Florida right now. It's not like he's sitting in a college, okay, and getting ready for his exam. No, ma'am. He brutally, intentionally unalived these two beautiful women just because his words were he wanted to.
Been in communication with those individuals and how they can take action going forward, and we're helping them with that process. These creators need to remember that this is an ongoing court case. especially as we are ready here to start the appeals process, and they're ultimately interjecting in it. They're making themselves liable with their involvement. And we just wanted to send a message as a reminder that things like this will not continue to be tolerated.
Yeah, it's really weird that he wanted Ernie for that, because I researched NAMBLA, what was it, 7-8 years ago now, and I know probably more about NAMBLA than Ernie Shell does. But Ernie Shell could probably tell you about the PDF groups, because, you know, he already showed us he was in them on Telegram. So I hope maybe somebody might call the police department and at least maybe have his phone looked through, because he was in those where they had the little boy lever and they were talking and showing pictures and things like that, harming children. And I think that somebody should call the jail and let them be aware of that, and maybe they should search his phone.
And I mean, I'm the first one to tell you, we've made videos about the jail calls as well, discussing them. It doesn't make us any more in the right or wrong or whatnot, but this is something that's came to light and I didn't know about.
Yeah,
And
we've been learning quite a bit with all the research we've been doing. And again, we want to be able to help the people too who are having their privacy invaded with these phone calls being released, because they also have lives too.
What are you talking about? Like I said, there is no privacy when you are in jail or prison. That's never going to change. For the rest of his life, every call that man makes is going to be on a recorded line. If prison phone calls wants to get the FOIA of every call that man makes for the rest of his life, guess what? They can. And all of you will be exposed for all your weirdo stuff that you do, and all your laughing, and all your laughing about White Claws and your weird stuff, okay? It'll be all exposed so the world can see exactly how sick all of you are.
Right? And who they were several years ago does not necessarily mean they're the same person today. And we want to be here to help them along the way, because
Yeah,
it
he
is
has
unfair that
several of
their
those.
names are being dragged through the mud.
Several.
Yep. And I'm
And
one
I
of the
think
first ones to
someone
tell
should
you,
call
I
the
mean,
jail.
anybody that ever knows me is, if I'm in the wrong, I'll tell you I'm in the wrong. And with this coming out like that, I don't know if I'll do another jail call video. Especially not if it's just a, let's talk about our
Yeah,
personal
it's
life
really
or whatnot.
strange that
It has nothing.
I think that this is why I think that he switched around and stuff, is because that guy, you know, is actually like Ernie in a way. They share the same sexuality, if you know what I mean, Donna. And for some reason, after that first interview that I did with Bandit and Ernie together, it was a very, very strange how nice he was, and didn't probe him or anything. He was just like this guy's doing right now, you know, not even giving probing questions or anything like that. Just, and Ernie even said, you know, Dave's After Dark? And Bandit was like, yeah, I do know. Yeah, we should. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. But we definitely, somebody needs to actually call the jail and find out if his phone does have anything on it or not, because he was in those rooms. He was. I was really liking him and watching him, but he did a 540 on his views, beliefs about herpes, and I don't spin that fast, right? I think that's just, I don't know what, I think he liked him. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Yeah, I think that after Ernie said, have you ever heard of Dave's After Dark? Do you remember that night, Donna? And we were listening to it. And he was like, yeah, that's a gay bar. And he's like, yeah, I used to work there as a stripper. Remember that? I think things turned at that point, right then and there. I was listening to him until I realized you were live. I wasn't too happy hearing what he had to say now. What is he saying? Yeah, he drank the Kool-Aid. Exactly. Exactly. What's he saying, Minnie? He's probably in love with Ernie because they have the same sexuality. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that, you know, hey, Ozzy, how you doing, sissy? I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that that's what they got in common. And when he talked about Dave's After Dark, that's when it got a little bit steamy, if you know what I mean. And I saw a turning then.
To do with anything. So I will say, I will go ahead and step out there and say,
That's
I
good to
apologize
hear,
for what I
honey.
was wrong in.
I'm not wrong.
Learn, right?
That's right. That's right.
Listen,
Well, I also,
I don't know why. I don't know if you're trying to build your channel. I get it. You only have 2,000 subs. You're new on YouTube. So you're trying to go with the Wade thing because first you was against him. Now you're trying to go with him. But you've heard the calls. You know the man is guilty. But you're wanting the views. When does morality ever kick in for these people? Because I'll do without the views all day long to really say what kind of person Wade Stephen Wilson is in my mind.
part of that I was going to say is you answer some of my questions. I mean, you're too good at this right now. I'll tell you that because you're answering some of my questions before I get a chance to ask them. But I was going to say as far as the jail phone call is concerned.
No.
Everybody that gets on one of those calls.
The night that you was over here in my room, and then we were watching the interview with Bandit and Ernie, that's when he turned. When Ernie said, "Have you heard of Dave's After Dark?" And he goes, yeah, I know where that's at. And he goes, I used to work there because he was a stripper there. Yeah, he does. At that point, he immediately turned and started being more nicer. If you go back and look at the interview, you'll see it. Minnie, was he fan boiling really bad tonight? He's right where he should be.
So they know they're being recorded.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole entire thing about the exemption is if it's nothing to do with a legal case, the recording of that, the intent for the recording of that is to be used in law. Not for, we're just going to pay our money, get the video, get the tape or whatnot, just to.
No, it's exactly what you just said. Now you have the phone calls you said on your channel, right? But now that Marie has reached out to you and she has a big following on TikTok, she's now swayed you the other way for money. Where is your morality? You know the difference. You've heard the calls. You've played the calls. This is a doofus that took 2 women's lives. This is a big dork. That's why he abuses women, because actually he likes the other sex better. It's very apparent by the calls and everything else. And he had a boyfriend before he was with Mila. And he tried to stab that boyfriend, by the way. Did you know that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did.
I have craps and giggles about it.
Yeah, and
Why
I agree.
not
And
laughing?
honestly, that's what's happening right now. People are trying to utilize it to get more likes. And
This
more...
is the thing. The girls on there were laughing. He's laughing, but we wasn't laughing. We thought it was sick and demented how he could sit there, talk about White Claws, and laugh about it. And then tell us how many he drank and how many he poured down the sink because they're so nasty. No, it was horrifying. The phone calls are disgusting. We don't like hearing him call every girl and guy baby, and he's in love with all of them. It's weird.
Views on their pages. trying to defame not only Wade's character, but the people that he has previously
Lord.
associated with as well, who again have, as from what we've talked about, have completely changed since that time frame, right? Humans continue to adapt
Oh,
and change.
no.
That's who we are.
I did that
and so,
on
I mean, I can
purpose.
personally say the person who I was 5
I
years
ate my gummies, and when I ate my gummies, I was enjoying my high, and I didn't want to mess with him. So I just laughed at him. If you notice the whole thing, I'm laughing, but I'm laughing at him. I'm laughing at him. I'm laughing at him. I was enjoying my high. Donna, I don't know what that means. Sorry, I'm slow after I gummy. See, she's enjoying her high. No, I was enjoying my high, and I wasn't going to let him take me off of it. I was enjoying it, so I just laughed at him. He knew I was laughing at him. I told him I was laughing at him.
years ago is much different than the person I am today.
Right.
And honestly, it's really sad because people have families and they're being affected that way too, and they have jobs. And so it's not even about Wade at this point. They're affecting other individuals who have absolutely nothing to do with his court case. And it's truly putting a damper on their lives. And I think that's the saddest part. And that's why we want to help them too.
Beautiful.
So beautiful.
It's still speaking about the phone calls, or just like you said, you get a lot of
Like
messages
people
coming
do their
in,
favorite
hate,
singer
love,
or
whichever,
being
comes both
all
ways, right?
giddy about the person thinking they can do
Have
no
any of
wrong.
them been
Yeah,
actual
that wasn't me. I was just laughing at
threatening
him.
people, harassing you? Has there been anything that actually has you
I
worried
watched and
to
I
be
could tell you were laughing
in the
at him.
position of doing
Yeah,
what you're
I
doing
was
right
laughing at him. I even told him.
You know, it takes a lot to worry me, I'll be
I
honest.
was like, I'm laughing at you, not with you, dude. There was many times I said that, but I said, I took my gummies and I'm feeling good, and I'm going to stay feeling good, is what I said.
Honest, I think I've learned quite a lot over the years.
But I am not an Ernie fan. I am not a friend of Ernie. And like I said from the beginning, I tried to tell women that, you know, he was not into women and that all he wanted was their money and that he was no good. And even back then, it seemed like he would get more people. The more I would try to out him, the more he would get. Just like this doofus right here.
And how to handle stress and worry. I have luckily not received direct harassment, which is wonderful. Again, I can't speak necessarily to all of our team members because as of recently, we have
You're talking about
aren't necessarily, I would say, part of Team Wade, but are others who are helping to support us and our goals and our
what is
missions
his
who
name
have been
again?
called out
Hang on.
and have been harassed.
I don't even remember that guy's name. I only went to his stream that one time, and then we record Bandit TV. Is that his name? Okay, so Minnie, she's asking you like, how was Bandit TV tonight? Because you said something about, you know, he was all about Ernie and stuff like that. So, like, what she's trying to ask you is, was he all about Ernie and how Ernie shouldn't be in jail and all of that, or like what was he like tonight? Yeah, what was he like tonight? Since, you know, Ernie's in jail and he can't contact him. He probably privated the stream because I noticed after we did that interview, he privated that stream. I know that is why I was completely dumbfounded that day. I even went and got back up because I thought you were about to swallow. No. Oh, no. I was laughing at him. I was just enjoying my high because normally when I eat those gummies, I don't even get high. I don't get the giggles or nothing. But my husband had bought me a better kind. And yeah, I was just enjoying my high. Nope. He was still guilty. He was still a drug addict. He was still a woman abuser. He was still a scam artist. Yeah, none of that changed.
Horribly due to their involvement.
I promise you, Donna, I will not drink the Kool-Aid. I've been here 3 years and I ain't drank that Kool-Aid.
I I'm not really afraid of the harassment, though. I'll say it doesn't scare me. I came into this knowing the risks that would be associated with working with Wade. And I knew that I would need to be able to accept it. And like you said, have a talk.
Yeah, I think you came into this for fame. I think you're so full of shit that you need to go take a laxative, Marie. And I think you came in this for fame and clicks and views and whatever you can get out of it, because for some reason your personal life, evidently you can't get a normal man on the street that has a job, a car, and doesn't do drugs, and that's not locked up in a facility looking at two double death row. Okay, like this dude's worse than Chris Watts at this point. Okay, what's wrong with you? Are you going to gloat and say how wonderful Chris Watts is? I don't get you.
Skin, and I like to think I have very tough skin here. I'm not someone who lets things get to them, and I truly can just focus on what needs to be done in order to help Wade and again get a new and fair trial. Now, I will tell you what does concern me.
He was mad, huh?
The level of harassment and hostility, not only directed towards Wade, but towards his supporters as well too on social media, because I do truly believe that we are all allowed to have our own opinions, and the harassment is just unnecessary, right? If you don't,
Yeah, but they knew.
I don't necessarily think that there's a reason why you need to comment on this post, but again, to each their own.
Okay, so hang on just one
I'm a very
second.
protective
I gotta
person
hear
though
this.
as well too myself.
Okay, so Bandit is butthurt because it came out of his secret, which we already knew. So does Bandit have a secret? Is that why he turned? Because his secret is the same? Because it was weird when he asked him, he said, Ernie, are you, HI, the way he said it, it was like he's asked that question before, answered that question, or something else. And you might want to go back and re-listen to it, because I was on my way to, it was Friday night, I was on my way to the Cardinal game, and it just hit me different. The way that he asked that question, it hit me different. Yeah, he was saying that. That's what she said. He was all about how he thought it was terrible that it came out. How could it be terrible when this guy's been spreading it everywhere? And like we all knew, we all put it together. We put 2 and 2 equals 4. But we don't know what that man's status is. But that night, if you go back and you listen to when he asked him that question, there was something different about it. I almost thought there was something different about it right then and there. I don't know why. You know how our intuitions kick in sometimes.
So this is why it concerns me so much. I care more about our team members and how they're feeling necessarily than the heat that could come
He
towards
said
me.
we don't know.
Again,
what
the
was said
misinformation,
in
defamation,
private.
and the invasions of privacy are reaching really troubling levels. And so many people are just latching on to.
What is he talking about? We don't know what was said in private. He full-fledged lied to me on the phone and told me he's never taken that medication, that's not his medication, and that he didn't have it. And I let him lie to me because I knew he was lying. I wasn't going to sit there and argue with him. Why? It's wasting my energy. He didn't, because there's no condom in the picture that I have. And that picture is not very old. Donna, how old would you say that picture is? Those pictures. They're about 2 or 3 years old, because 616, the mod that got them off of his computer because they had just been put on there. So the most they could be is 3 years old. The least they could be is 2 years old, because it was a year after he got here that 616 exposed all of those. right? I was just pissed he would say that. Yeah, because I think there's maybe someone else hiding a secret that we don't know about in private. The night Herbie went to jail is when I saw it. I didn't see the Rumble thing, so I don't know how that went down. Apparently, there were very strong Kool-Aid made. Tina said he's been 11 years. 11 years. So Tina knew? Wait, Tina knew and she didn't say nothing? She really knew, Just Wimbles? Well, men don't decor. A lot of men don't decor that. There's a lot of men that don't decor. And then there's some men that do decor. You know what I mean? That man that he was with was not a decorer, if you know what I'm saying. Some, but some don't. I've met some that don't. Yeah, but the other day, Tina didn't even know he was positive. So how does she know now how long he has been? Huh. Yeah, some do, but some don't. It all depends on the man. Yeah. Wow. I don't know what our is it Predator Hunter Nation? Or it's holistic holistic something, isn't it? Holistic Hemisphere. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's her channel. Yeah, I don't want to hear what she has to say because if she knew for 11 years, oh no, you're good. Just think about me that day. I ate 2 of them. And I was just going to sit back and relax, not thinking that, Herpy was going to come in my room and stuff. Or something like that for the second word. Yeah, it was like holistic him something. It's hemp something. It might be hempsphere or something like that. It's the same to do with THC. It was in the chat. Holistic Empire. Yeah, that's what I think it is because the hemp is from the THC. Wow, she said it in the chat. They had it since 2013. Well, actually, let's think about this. When did she meet him? Because she didn't know him all these years. She met him right before she only met him like 4 years ago before they started the Predator Hunter Nation stuff. She didn't know him back then. And matter of fact, 11 years ago, he was with his wife. Because 10 years ago, in his YouTube videos, he's with his wife. I think she's lost it or something. Because 10 years ago, those videos I showed you was from his wife, and he was married with his son. Even his son was, doing those masks and stuff. That's just crazy. That is so crazy. Who else is tired? I'm so tired, and I'm so tired of hearing this
information without investigating it for themselves, and they're ignoring the real issues at hand. The focus has truly shifted.
Do you know who this girl reminds me of? You ever met those girls that they know every single thing They know how to get around everything. They know all the cricks and crannies, but yet they're uppity, and their parents have paid for everything type of thing. They're goody two shoes, never been in trouble. That's who this girl is. That's what this girl reminds me of. That's Marie, this Marie girl. She'd probably even go into college to be an attorney right now. And that's why she jumped on being with Wade the last few months. And he's her best friend. Yeah, I want to walk around and say, yeah, my best friend is on death row, but he got 2 death row sentences, and he admitted to all of it, but he's not guilty. And he also tried to break out of jail, but he really didn't. And he also tried to smuggle in drugs, but he didn't try to do that either. And he also stabbed his ex-boyfriend, but he really didn't do that. And he also used to beat the crap out of his ex-girlfriends, and he tied one up and beat the crap out of her and assaulted her and all this stuff, but he really didn't do that, none of that. Yeah, I don't want a best friend like Marie has.
From a legitimate discussion around Wade's chance at a fair trial, and truly the broader debate on the death penalty to baseless personal attacks. And that goes back to the phone calls from prison.
Betty, can you check into a girl named Heather?
It is very unsettling to our team overall. It's
Gillispe,
very unsettling to me. I know it's very unsettling to Wade to hear the harassment that our team has received, as well as his supporters. But we are truly dedicated on helping anybody who is being affected directly by it.
Did she do a crime? Heather Gillispe, or is it Gillispe? Is it Gillispe? I'm really bad with names. She was outraged. He hadn't told anyone. Even made the comment, God, I'm glad I never, right? I texted someone right then and said, well, that was an odd thing to say, her being married and all. Yeah, because she only met him 4 years ago while she was with the Xander. Is she married, though? I don't think they're married. She is useless, homeless, jobless, bum, a female version of Ernie. She thinks she deserves a home handed to her. She was on love after lockup. Oh, wow. So she gets with useless bums. Oh, my goodness. And she has 4 kids, all abandoned. She claims she is mother of the year and hasn't had custody of them. Oh, wow. She has claimed raped, beaten, robbed, all while being... Oh, gotcha. They've been together a long time. She is 49. He is 34. No, they were talking about how she met him online 2 years before she met Ernie. That means they've only been together 6 years. You'll have to check her out and you will die, probably. A brand new baby, 6 months old. Oh, wow. And she don't even have the baby? No, he wasn't 18. Who wasn't 18? Who wasn't 18? I'm confused now. Okay, so this girl, where do I find this girl at? She likes guys in prison. You sure she's not on Wade's call list? Oh, goodness. Where do you find this? It sounds like her name is Gillispe. Either Gillispe or Gillispe. It's either Gillispe or Gillispe. Let's see. No, but she breastfeeds him rotten milk. Oh, wait, she has custody? So she has 4 kids, but I thought you said she don't have custody. Oh, because she don't have custody. A little bit of that thing she doesn't do to herself, Xander. You got me all confused. I'm not sure what you're saying. It seems like she would throw it out. Just type in Heather. I think it's Gillette's. It's either Gillispe or Gillispe. And she comes up. If you need all the other that stream her, I'll help you get their links. Oh, she's already being streamed? Hold up. Hold up. Let's see what we can find out here. Because I'm getting tired of this Marie. She's about drove me crazy on why she thinks this dude's innocent. She ain't proven one single thing. She ain't made me drink the Kool-Aid yet. I haven't even thought about it. All right, let's see if I can find this girl. Heather. Oh, she pulled right up. Okay, love after lockup, homeless. This was 7 days ago. 2 weeks ago, she had a child custody hearing. Wants money for giving birth to her oldest 6 days ago. Got kicked out by landlord and cops. David's nowhere to be found. Okay, what did David go to jail for? TikTok live begging for gifts. I'm trying to find a more recent one. Wow, there's a lot. What? This is a TikTok live. She's on the ground with her feet up. Oh my goodness, what is wrong? Is this woman on drugs? Is this why she got her kids taken away? All right, so first of all, I guess I need to start out with she had a hearing. It looks like this woman has been recording her. Does she have like her own channel where I can go look at her own stuff? No, they get her stuff off of Insta and TikTok. Then she streams here, but she don't strike. So she has her own. She huffs something. Sounds like you could be just right. Right. Yes, she does. I've never watched her there though. Okay, well, I don't know if I want to see. I want to find her own thing. So this is her. No, this is called Snotter. So how am I going to find her? They got a whole playlist of her. Okay, so is setting us up for a miscarriage, dumpster fire. Oh, there's a whole lot of people. Oh, wow. Okay. Heather. Well, I guess, do I need to find the most recent videos? There's a whole lot of videos on this girl. Hang on just a second. Let me. This was 6 days ago, so. And it looks like it's just her. Okay, let's check her out. Let's at least check her out and see what. She wants money on this one. Well, who in the world don't want money? Everybody, it seems like we come across want money.
He said he'll say hi when he's done eating.
Xavier?
He's right here. Xavier said he'll be, if Xavier's here, he said he'll say hi when he's done with his lunch.
So, first off the bat, I would say she's a drug addict. And what was Xavier in prison for? Does anybody know? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's with him. He's with him. He likes him. She is homeless, begs and buys only expensive stuff. She aborted twins before she had this. Oh my goodness. Yes, he did. He drank the Kool-Aid. He did. I mean, I think the night of that, because he was all gung-ho, talking all that smack about him until Ernie came up there that night. So she's in an Airbnb? Yeah, and it's no longer, he's probably crying because Ernie's in jail. Hang on just a second. Yeah, I can't believe he spun that fast, really. Oh, she's in a shelter right now. So what was her boyfriend in prison for? Yeah, almost does, doesn't it? What was her boyfriend in prison for? Does anybody know? Xavier? Because they're saying that Xavier is there. Did he go to prison for drugs, robbery, theft, or drugs, assault? What did he go, what was his crime? Anybody know? All right, well, she says he's right there, so I'm going to blow her up bigger so that Donna can see her, and I'm going to make me smaller. Well, I thought I was. There we go. And we're going to play and see what happens here. She says Xavier is there. She's only on for 11 minutes wanting money. How can you get money in 11 minutes? How can you get money when you're sitting there eating? Speaking of eating, I'm going to go get me a snack. Give me 1 second. I'm getting me a snack.
We really wanted 18 W's for my daughter's birthday gift.
But what did he go for? Do you know what he went for? Her daughter's 18?
Not her gift.
Wait, how old is this girl?
Just for her birthday, for my gift, for giving birth 18 years ago.
$30 salads and expensive meals.
Oh no,
What?
Wild Angel. Why? Are you the boss, Wild Angel? Are you in control of everyone in my room? Yeah, I did give her a birthday gift, yeah. It's not to buy her a gift, it's just for me.
How old is this woman?
Gift. Isn't that what you do when you come to TikTok? You give gifts? No, it wasn't a big sister bracelet.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you on that, Donna. I agree with you. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go get me something to eat.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I can still watch her from my phone. Just give me a second.
You can Zelle or you can Cash App. I deserve a gift every day. All of us do. An abundant mindset. We all deserve a gift every day. Everyone in the world does. Kiefer.
What's up, everyone? Does anyone have a napkin?
I don't have a napkin.
I'll use the bag of the donuts. We got 2 New York style plates.
Fantastic. Oh, I do have a napkin.
Well, let me go this way. Come on.
Okay. Oh. So yeah, there are 2 major groups of components in team process: task type and maintenance type. Task type keeps a team focused and moving toward its goal, while maintenance processes help preserve the well-being of relationships between team members. Key task components include documenting and reviewing the team's objective, having an agenda for every team meeting and staying on the agenda if no other issues come up that need to be addressed. The agenda can either be intentionally modified or new issues can be placed on the list for our next meeting agenda. Defining or selecting and following a technical process that fits the particular mission. For example, a 7-step problem-solving model if the team is trying to solve a problem. Using decision-making techniques, for example, consensus, consultative, appropriate to the situation, and defining action items, responsibilities, and timing, and holding team members accountable. Maintenance tasks are somewhat less easily defined, but can also dramatically impact team performance. An outsider might see only the tasks involved with meeting objectives as important, but for team members and the dynamics of interactions between team members, it can be just as critical. Preventing problems with team process. 2 common ways of preventing team dynamic problems are to use norms and roles. Norms and roles. So that's pretty much the take home. And like I said, if we have the technology to be able to distinguish from the blockchain what an original was and every step of the way, even if it's some sort of UDID or IMEI that's operating from the use of some sort of Tor or, Proton sort of VPN service or something like that. We could still see when the alterations were made and from where. So there's a way around everything. Ryan, I don't know. You just do it, however you can do it on TikTok. I really don't know how. In real life, I have a PO box and Cash App and Zelle. My Cash App is $. Hold on. I don't know what my Cash App is. My Cash $. Yeah. So thank you so much for asking. If you can't send gifts through TikTok directly, which I'm looking for W's on TikTok, 18 of them for my daughter's birthday. And yeah, that's about it. I need a new moderator because it's so distracting, to mod. Yeah. Do not smoke on my live. That is not allowed.
Okay, I'm coming in with my
Under any
coffee and it's
circumstances.
burning me.
What?
Dang it.
Yeah.
I wish I didn't have her on that
We're
speed
not allowed to
so I
have
could hear what
cigarettes
she
or any nicotine
said.
products on my live.
Hang on. Let me fix the speed.
I don't know.
That was way too high. I don't know what
Yes.
she's doing. All right, now let me back it up and see what she's
With
talking
interactions
about
between
here.
team members, it can be just as critical.
Sorry, I'm just now coming back in my
Preventing
office.
problems with team process. Two
Had to get
common
me
ways
some
of
panel
preventing
up and
team
some
dynamic
coffee.
problems are to
Probably
use
don't sound too
norms
good, but
and
it
roles. Norms
sure
and roles.
tastes good. Now I gotta get my
So that's
headset
pretty
back
much
on.
the take home. And like I said, if we have the
All right, I'm
technology
back.
to be able to distinguish from the blockchain what an original was, and
Oh, that
every
scared
step
me
of the
for a
way,
minute. I saw
even
me
if
in
it's
there. I was like,
some sort of
that scared
UDID
me.
or IMEI that's operating from the use of some sort of Tor or Proton sort of VPN service or something like that.
She sneaks into
We
a
can
lady's
still see
Airbnb.
when the alterations were made and from where. So there's a way around everything.
Wait, she's a prostitute? Oh, yeah, you said that. I forgot. Was she like that before she got with this guy? What?
Ryan, I don't know. You just do it,
Hang on, I just coughed on the
you can do it
pepper.
on TikTok. I really don't know how.
You know how you put salt and pepper
In
on your
real life,
cantaloupe?
I have a peel box.
And then when you're eating it, it'll like go through your throat. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, that just happened. And then I inhaled as the pepper was going down my throat. I am a mess this morning. I'm telling you, I am a mess. All right, ladies, let me look here. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever is watching, because we know Alan Krebs is watching. Alan, are you having a good night tonight, you weirdo? Yeah, I could tell right off the bat she was on drugs. Okay, so she's on drugs. He's on drugs. They sell themselves. Wow, okay. Oh, she won't let him on the camera very often, huh? Okay, so what, YouTube? We are the BCG. Okay, let me see. We are the BCG. This is crazy. No wonder she was on Love After Lockup. Huh. BCG. Is this like their channel or something? Is this their channel? Videos. Okay, 10 days ago, live and Wilden from the mall. 11 days ago. Heather is oppressed by Ciatas. What is that? What is a Ciatas? That's in June. Okay, so these are newer, I guess. Oh, goodness. She's a beautiful girl. Why does she do this? What is wrong? The drugs?
My influence and my circle of influence.
Wow. This is sad.
Right now, I'm a size like a size 8. And I was a size 4 to 6 before I got pregnant.
Yeah, but you just had a baby.
I don't want to. God, these enhancements on
Look at that filter.
TikTok are like everything. But I want to, and for any mother who's postpartum, let me just show you guys. I want to recommend this. It's a waist trainer, but it is more so.
So they both are hooked on it
like
now.
Keeping your. I can't do any sort of.
So what is it that she's hooked on? What kind? You can write it in the comments. Like write M for the methication, write F for the finication, write P for, pills. She thinks she's a fitness guru, huh? Because she's so high all the time, she don't know what she is.
Battling, Xavier gets really upset and it just destroys my peace for the day. So,
that does not look like her,
but anyways,
though. That's
I
a
was
filter.
telling you guys about waist trainers. Think of it like an assistant to gravity. I've seen so many moms who later on in the pregnancy or in the post-pregnancy stage, they are able to lose weight.
Is that what he does as well? Did they both do that?
However,
so like the air duster, like for your computer and stuff?
they have a bunch of like skin that's been holding all of this excess weight that is failing to regain its elasticity.
Because she is HIGH right now.
Which is very important. The waist trainer is like love for that. If you can imagine, like the waist trainer is taking off
so
all
he's
of the
on the 8.
pressure. It's almost
Gotcha.
like if you have a balloon. Balloons are elastic. They have high levels of elasticity, meaning we can stretch them really far. So does our skin. If you fill up a balloon with marbles, the balloon will get bigger, but it will also like hang down. And when you take out the marbles, the balloon will be larger and more stretched than it was before
Does
you
she
put the
realize
marbles
she's
in.
not
It's
making
the
no
same thing
sense
when
at
you get
all?
pregnant. So the waist trainer, it kind of like takes the marbles out, so to speak, of the skin and holds it like in. And now your skin and in your abdominal has a better chance and a better opportunity to regain its elasticity.
Oh my
I'm still
goodness.
taking prenatal vitamins
Wait.
and I'm still lactating and feeding.
This is how she talks about a waist trainer? Huh. Oh my gosh. Is this really how she talks about a waist trainer? Lord have mercy. Oh my goodness. A waist trainer is exactly that. It pushes your stomach muscles in so that they grow back together like they used to be in case they got broken from having children or from being overweight. And if they hold them in place for a certain amount of time each day, then it builds your muscles and puts them back into place where they're supposed to be. And then it also makes it to where it looks like you have a waist. It starts building your waistline. Why is this helpful for a new mother? I don't know. I wouldn't be, I don't know, maybe because that's how she makes her money is her looks, you know. So she left her kids for him. His name is Dylan Smith on Love After Lockup. They made it a whole week. A whole week. She not even a mother. DFS has her baby. So she has only the child she just had, and then an 18-year-old, and then she has 4 children, you said, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So her 10-year-old her 10-year-old's with the dad, and she has another boy with the 18-year-old's dad too. So she has an 18-year-old, a 10-year-old, a newborn, and what's the other age of the baby? Because you got 18, 10, and I just know of the infant. There's one missing for her to have 4. Another boy. So she has a 10-year-old. So she has an 18-year-old, a 10-year-old, and then another boy. I don't know the age. Oops, I meant dad and his family has 2. The 10-year-old. All right, hang on. The dad and his family has 2 of them, which is the 10-year-old and the other one. So they're either 10 and 8 or 10 and 12 or 10 and 14. And the infant went to the state. How old is the infant? 6 months old, you said? This is really sad. Because she was living in a tent when he was born. She thought they were going to give her free housing, which they did, and she failed a drug test. Well, of course. I mean, you can't have it every way. Like, they'll give you free housing, but you got to be clean. You can't be, you know. Sorry, I'm trying to eat my cantaloupe, but you can't be doing drugs and getting free housing and and everything else. Mmm. Mmm. Oh my goodness. So, when did the baby get taken? Did she have the baby out there on the streets? This is really sad.
My son breast
I'm gonna
milk. He's 6 months old, Weston,
6 months old.
So I'm doing all of those things and just letting myself, slowly but surely get back to where I was. I was 120
Right?
to where I was. I was 123 pounds.
Yeah, I'll make it to where you
where
can
I
see
was.
me.
I was 123 pounds before I started, and I'm 5'9". So when I met Xavier, I was a very, very, very lean, super into the gym.
I love cantaloupe. It was funny
My
the other
workout
day
would
how
be
Karen
something along the
said,
lines of 40
"Oh, I
minutes,
bet you ate horrible."
fasted cardio,
No, I
usually
eat very healthy.
stairs, and then a complete circuit of weightlifting if I wasn't doing targeted weights. So like sometimes if I was like in the period of prep, I would do targeted weight training where I would do back and upper body on one day, legs on another day, etc. and so forth. But I wasn't really doing that prior to the pregnancy. I was doing full circuit, full body weight training. And so that's kind of
Born in a
where I've
tent?
been at. But the point is, are you ready? Did you email him? Huh? Do you want to say hi?
You mean she didn't?
I didn't show them you.
Well, she can't stop him from coming. She can't stop the
So
baby.
the
She
point
couldn't
is,
stop the baby from coming.
I
If
don't
the
know,
baby's going to come, the baby's going to come.
anyways, the point is, you want to stay here so that you can
Whether
double
it's
check?
convenient for her or
I don't know
not,
anyone.
baby's going to
Literally,
come.
Xavier's the only person who I know, who I come with, who I like.
But you know what's
so all of my
weird?
real friends have been
As
with me
soon
actually
as
for
I
quite some
seen
time.
her, I said she was on rugs because of the fact of her teeth. For some reason, I just knew she was. And it wasn't nothing to do except I looked at her teeth.
But back to the waist trainers. I'm selling these waist trainers if you guys are interested.
Oh, she's selling waist trainers. Well, how is she supposed to get them to people? Excuse me. Goodness gracious. Ooh. How is she going to get these out to people?
And I'll do more on that on Instagram. So if you're not on Instagram,
Where is the waist trainers? Aren't you supposed to show what they look like, and then how are you going to get them to people? And how come you're selling waist trainers? What'd you do? Go to Temu and buy them for $7? You're going to sell them for $27? Gotcha. I did miss it. I did. It went over my head. I mean, I heard you, but it's, like 3:30 in the morning, and Betty's only had 2 hours of sleep since, well, today I went to sleep from, what was it, 12, or no, I went to sleep from 11 I went to sleep from 11 to 1, I believe it was, because I kept waiting for the Wade sentencing. So I went to sleep for like an hour and a half, and then before that, I hadn't been to sleep except 6 hours the night before. So she's trying to sell a waist trainer that you can't see. You can't see it on here either. She doesn't know how it really works. Yeah, Donna does. Donna's really, really smart. Donna can tell just by like looking at someone or hearing them for a few minutes. They can't scam her or get over on her. She knows. Crazy.
Instagram, that's where I do most of the sales for waist training. But it does help, like significantly.
Donna's like me. We see right through their BS.
Of elasticity.
We see the BS coming.
With that being said, we are writing an article for Xavier's father on smart societies that are utilizing the newest technologies to enhance the community and the environment for
She
the
is way out there right
patrons
now.
and members of the community.
Oh my.
I think that it is an excellent opportunity to enhance life for everyone. We have some choices in this life, and we can spend our time being dicks, investing into causing harm for others, or we can invest our time into making our own experience better along with the experience of others. And I think that
100,000
technology
page
has
book.
the
Big
desire to
sunglasses,
invest
big
in our
boobs,
own
blonde hair, eats like a pig during live streams, begs online for money to buy expensive
circumstances
things,
and our own
thinks she's
abilities
above and better than
for
everyone
the
else.
benefit of ourselves. Because let's keep it real, when we're speaking about a collective vibration or the energy of the collective, and what do I mean by when I say collective? I mean everyone in the community.
Donna, you made me almost choke on my cantaloupe. She can't read it or figure out how to get it out. It's ruined by rain, etc. that she sits and writes every day. She can't read it or figure out how to get it out. Get it out of what? Oh my goodness gracious, what is wrong with this child?
It's a collective. Just like the word collection, it has the same root.
All right, this is
so if you're in a community, everyone in that community.
I've
is
had
a
no sleep,
collective,
so we're gonna have to
and
laugh
if
a
you
little
want,
bit.
to contribute positively, then you have to
Hmm.
feel positive. You have to be happy. You have to be in a good space. You have to not be, victimized by a bunch of abuse. And then we have to be able to look at the people who have been victimized by a bunch of abuse and under.
But first of all, Heather, everything that you're saying is actually really good. The problem is, why aren't you using your brain to go get you a job, to get you a home, to be with your kids, get away from the guy that's doing H, quit doing the huffing, get your life together and become something. And if you do have 100,000 page book, you could publish it. You'll have to catch up to report on the. I know, right? I'm trying. But right now she's just rambling about nothing. Yeah, and she thinks she's talking about something important. And that's what's really sad, because it's the drugs. Yeah, and she wants to be a life coach, center of attention. Oh. And she's younger. So she's the younger MGL. The only thing different between her and MGL is MGL somehow snagged her a man that actually works and provides for his family and provides a nice home and a nice car and shit, like, and nice stuff. Like, somehow, some way, she's got a damn rock on her finger, like a damn millionaire would have. Yeah, she is. And if it wasn't for her husband taking care of the bills and everything, she wouldn't have no home or nothing. On this one thing, she is above all. Wow. This is really sad to watch. All of these kids wasting their lives on these rugs and stuff. Rehab. And go get your life together and get away from the guy. Any guy that has to do with any rugs and any gel and sells himself. Lord have mercy. Because what's going to happen since he sells himself, Donna? You know what's going to happen? They're going to end up with what Ernie has. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They also said that Molly Golightly or MGL that she actually eats a lot of pills or something like that, right?
Understand that it is not a fair expectation to ask them to be the person to raise the collective five. No one should be being abused in any way, but when someone is being victimized, it is not their job to be the strong one. You know, that's just so stupid. Like the
Yeah, that's what
is to
Sundeep
spread good
said.
vibes and be compassionate and
Yeah,
kind.
he sells himself too, and then that's not good because that's gonna end up with the, the same thing as what Ernie has. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right? Yes, to men. Yeah, because women don't buy it. The viewers changed him somehow, though. What's that mean? Changed him to do what? And of course, he's on the hard stuff. So, of course, he's going to do it for that very purpose. Oh, she believes someone makes him dress as a girl and do all of this? What? She believes someone makes him dress as a girl and do all this. Well, someone may, but it's a man. Does she realize the how that is going to be a problem, especially if he's sticks himself? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Because he sells himself, so he dresses up like her. What does this guy look like? This guy ever get on camera? She don't accept that. She says other thing. Right? Yeah. I need to see a video with him in it. Where is hang on. We need to find something that has him in it. Hang on. We gotta find this guy. And his name is Xavier. Is he ever on here? Wait, there he is.
Just got done recording this and trying to record it on Instagram like 50 times. They keep on fucking with me. Spoke with the big kid.
Can you see him? Can you see him? This was 6 months ago. Do you know how behind my phone is compared to where I'm at right now? It's almost like 3 minutes behind. That's what is going on. Wow. I'm not gonna lie. I think that the drugs changed him. You know what I mean? Yeah, it looks like he's pushing her around in something. Oh, supposedly someone stole his bike like a month ago. Then the next day she accidentally recorded the bike after she said it got stolen. So she's so high she don't know what she's doing. Is that what you're telling me? All right. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to do some research on this girl. You see him, Donna, right? Let's look at him for a few minutes.
I don't know.
I'm going to slow it down so that you can really get a good look at him. It's already slowed down. I thought it was fast.
Why or who, but I literally woke up in the shape of a C, could not move. Our sponsors have been MIA. Up until this point, they've been...
So 6 months ago, she had a sponsor. Phones keep getting stolen, yet she put up something about not being able to sell it. The systems were down. Sounds like one lie after the other because of rugs, yeah. He acts like a toddler, but will clap her out sometimes. It's why she won't ask questions. Huh. Well, he's high as a kite right now. His eyeballs, his pupils are bigger than his actual eyeballs at this moment. Can you see them at all? Can you see how big his pupils are? There's something going on with my phone. Hang on. That is just way too much of a lag. That don't make no sense. All right, much better. Yeah, do you see how big his pupils are, Donna?
Providing literally like anywhere from 4 to 8 meals a day. Like I say to them, look, this is excessive. I cannot even eat this much. Please don't give us so much.
He's even wearing girl glasses. They look like, hang on. They actually look like my glasses right here. See? I know they're not my glasses because mine are Michael Kors. But if you look, they look like it, and they look like they're shaped like it and stuff. But, you know, you can see right there, mine's Michael Kors. I don't think he's wearing $500 glasses, but I don't know. Oh, he stays that way. Yeah, look at his face right there. Younger, skinnier, stinky, brown. Yeah, dirty. This was 6 months ago. And I'm trying to get a good look at this guy's face. Can you see him on the TV, Donna?
Now we're here and we have nothing. Xavier's been having to go get our meals for the last 3 days. So I don't know what's going on. Sponsors, where you guys at?
What's that? Oh, she's calling people in the chat sponsors. What? I thought she had sponsors like to keep them from doing rugs. She calls people in the chat their sponsors. Oh, she don't spend money on him. No way. Wow. He runs off on her and stays gone for... Well, yeah, he's doing his thingamajigglers. Oh.
Please help. Also, our internet was disconnected this morning when we woke up. We're already sleeping in a tent. But with regards to updates to the baby, I have everything. We have a co-sleeper. Xavier's father promised to get us a hotel once the baby was born. So I have a co-sleeper here if they haven't.
Hold up. So she's literally 6 months ago saying the baby's 6 months old now. Hang on just a second. I just swallowed my coffee wrong. I'm getting tired. Okay, so the baby, so this was before the baby was born because the baby is now 6 months old. And this was 6 months ago. So this was right before the baby was born. She's saying that they live in a tent, but as soon as the baby's born, they're going to get a hotel for one night. Right? Close your, just like Herpy, close your eyes and pretend Herpy is using a voice changer like he did when making the call with Debo and pretending to be talking to Mallory. Yeah. Yes, it burnt. Yeah, because I was eating and then that pepper got me and then I went to swallow and then I swallowed wrong and then it started burning my nose. Yeah. Yeah, because in her mind, government was giving her a 5-bedroom home. Has she been talking to Angelique, who just now lost her 5-bedroom home? Because she didn't have her kids at all? Lord, where does these people live? Did you say downtown Chicago? Did you say they lived in Chicago? For all these kids she never sees. She is owed restitution for all the crimes committed, all the crimes she's committed. So she owes restitution for theft and whatever else that she's done. And each time that she's gotten in trouble, she has to pay like the court fees. She has to pay restitution to the person that she stole from. She was beaten because of her mouth. Who beat her? A man or a woman? So these two people, she has 3 kids at this moment, and then this is before the baby came. So now she has 4 kids, don't have any of them. I just remembered that it was Debo. He did that little SW confessional phone call with. What's SW? I know you're trying to abbreviate, but I don't know. I'm so tired, sis. 3 women she got cocky with while at a jail visit with her ex in prison. Do you think that was scripted? You know how they'll do that scripted stuff? Do you think that was scripted and then she got her ass beat and then got more money for it? Oh, yes, it was Debo who called and saying that, who called up, it was Debo on the phone. That was Debo. Yeah. And who was it that she called? She called somebody and was talking to them whenever he was still on the SW case. I know what you're talking about now. On the SW thing. And was asking questions as to whether or not he, the husband had used a hammer or whatever. Yes, I know who it is now. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I'm getting tired, ladies. I'm going to get off of here before I start speaking weird and acting weird because my brain ain't thinking. My brain really is tired and I need to go to sleep. I couldn't even eat my food right. Can't drink my drink right. I'm exhausted. I can't think. But now it makes perfect sense. Donna, I'll contact you on the back end. I'll be live tomorrow night. Probably I'll start at 11. and then, 12 on 2, 11 to like 2, 11 to 3, something like that. But I'm just so tired right now. And when I get up, I will start researching her and stuff and see if I can find some good, juicy stuff on her. And I really wish they would just go and turn themselves into the rehab center for like a year and just get clean. Was she clean with the baby when she was pregnant, at least? Yeah, that's Debo on the phone. Wasn't she on the phone to Candace? Or was she on the phone to someone else? I can't remember now. Oh, yes. The guy that knows Don Wells very well. Yes, but it's coming back to me now. Yes. So are you talking about DW was working with them? Who did Herpy punch in the face? Right. It was supposed to be one of the decoys, and the decoy was Debo. Because for months, they were riding around in her Suburban that looks like my Escalade. They had kids in the car, which I think is Debo's grandkids. She better be real lucky that night that she was talking about X and how, I don't know why she was talking about X, but she should be real lucky that she didn't want to do X with you know who, because right after that, how come he left with all of his bags there? How come he left all of his bags at her house? Does anybody remember why Ernie left all of his bags at Debo's house? Oh, he was about to do a highway run? Or did he do a highway run? Because she said that many times about a highway run. She's like, you don't know about the highway run that he does in real life. That was Ernie's story, like this chick's story. It just goes on and on. The most outlandish things keep happening every day. Right? It's kind of like somebody else that I knew one time, and it was like, how can every day something, oh, it was LaDawn. Every day something bad was happening to her. Every day. For the whole year I was her friend, there was never nothing good. It was always something horrible. Her electricity was getting shut off. Her cars were getting repossessed. Every day it was something. Every day. It would stress me out. And I helped her. I helped her to collaborate and put all the cars together and make it into one car and make that car paid off, instead of having like 3 payments with 3 different cars, when she could just put them all together and go get her an actual car for the same amount as selling all of those other cars. But then after a year of her being not my friend, Karma contacted me and told me that she was in an Airbnb, had lost her home and everything else. So She didn't listen after all. Because the cops showed up to talk to him because he claimed to have found all the evidence in that missing girls case, the one he claimed he found when he was LARPing and went to that house. Oh, when he went to that house that night and acted like the girl was there, acted like he was going to fight that guy and stuff, acted like he was all big, bad, and tough. And the guy didn't want to fight him. I bet you the guy didn't want to fight him because he don't know what he's got. You know, nowadays people got to be careful because you don't want to be fighting somebody when you don't know what they got, and you might get that stuff on you, have a cut on your hand or something. You got to be, I wouldn't, see, it's scary. It's a good thing that guy didn't want to fight. You see what I mean? Debo had spending problems. Oh my goodness. Are you talking about LaDawn? LaDawn would spend money like crazy. She would go to stores and buy like $200 jeans and then wonder how she was going to pay her electric bill. She would stress me out. Here, my house at the time was paid off. My car was paid off. And I was trying to help her to, you know, move things around and not want to go buy the most expensive stuff, you know. But she only listened for a little while, and then she went with Karma. And he is the one who called the cops to report finding the evidence because he had gotten himself in way over his head. The missing girl was not at that house. Yeah, hadn't that missing girl been found a week prior? Yeah, she sent all these YouTubers money, yet she had nothing. Yes. And she sent to Karma a lot. A lot. A lot. Yeah. Well, what happened was hubby quit paying for stuff. See, hubby, remember, he was giving her like a $5,000 to $10,000 spending thing a month. And I told her that wasn't going to last because during the wintertime, he can't work. And she did. And so when she got with Karma and she kept giving money and giving money and giving money, well, then he went and got married to somebody else on top of being married to her. And he kept his house and everything, but she lost hers. And then the last I heard, which was 8 months ago, she was in an Airbnb and he was paying for it. Yeah, while he was claiming RNC bought him that phone, she knew it wasn't, right? Yes, that's the problem, is that once Karma and LaDawn got together, LaDawn gave her everything, and then she, by the time it came time again for him to be slow at work, that, you know, 5,000-10,000 wasn't coming in no more. And then Karma couldn't, you know, give her anything. Pretty much Karma came back around because LaDawn lied and said that I SA'd her when that girl kissed me on the mouth and she had herpes on her mouth and I was freaking out. I was so mad when we was at the movies and I turned to look at her and she kissed me on the mouth. Oh, I was fucking, I was furious. I was really mad. I was very upset because I had already been trying to help her with that stuff on her lips and stuff. And I don't know what she had on her lips, but I was so mad. I only had a drop of my Carmex left. I put it on there immediately. And then we watched the Elvis movie and I kept thinking about it. And I went to the bathroom and I called Ty. I told him about it. I called my husband. I told him about it. She was found the next day. But Herbie was LARPing and grifting for money. But Debo believed all of his shit and thought he was really a rescuer of missing kids. Even though she saw all of that BS. and him lie about the phone and him lie about every. You can't play that dumb. You can't tell me. You can't tell me somebody's that dumb. I mean, I'm so tired right now, and I'm not even that dumb. No way. People just crazy. But anymore, be careful though. Don't go fight somebody because you don't know if they might have that hello stuff you never going to get rid of. You know what I mean? It's a good thing that guy did not fight him. Who got him the phone? Was it Debo? Or was it his supporters? I don't even know Tina's channel. Who got him that phone? Because remember, RNC was supposed to have gave him the phone, gave him 20,000. Remember, Karen was supposed to have gave him 2 different checks of donations. Oh, so Debo got him the phone, and then she waited to come out with it after he had already left. Holistic Hemisphere got him the phone? Or are you just saying that's her page? I knew Charlie paid for that page. I told you. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. As soon as he got his settlement. Did you see Tina Simmerly comments in chat saying, yes, I know, right? She didn't know him since 2013. So how could he have it since 2013? And he was married to his wife. Go back and look at the 2 different YouTube pages I showed you. Yeah, it's not. It's not. That is when Debo realized that he was a fake that night. He took off and left all of his stuff there and showed up on a Greyhound with an eye patch and his hat claiming to be with his team. Wow. Yeah, exactly. It's supposed to be none of the YouTubers' business, but he hooks up with YouTubers. See, okay, let me show you something. Let me show you something. This is how I know that she's lying. Because let me show you, he was still married, okay? Let me show you this. He was still married. Hang on. Let me go get it. I'll show you. I'll show you. It was 10 years ago. He was married. And he had his little boy. I'm so tired. All right. Let's see. Where is... I gotta go through all these things. I just had it as one of my as my first thing, and I just took it down today as my video when you come in of all the years. Of all the years. No, I'm picking up everybody but him. Hang on. All right. Let's see. That one I got scammed by Ernie. All right. 7 years ago, Jason Mask review. I just had all of those. All of those. Ernie Shell, 98 subscribers, trying to sell a blanket 9 years ago. You think I'm kidding? I found another one we didn't know about. Look at this. Look, Ernie Shell, 9 years ago, Shell Task Force, closer look at the blankets I have to offer.
Camera here to do this because these blanks are really, they really are, they're crystal clear. And I put some lines, the detail, just to show the detail.
These are his blank mask.
This is the part 3.
See? His
And by
mask.
crystal clear, I mean crystal clear.
See? Ernie Shell, we did not know this, and it says AKA scam inside. What a scammer 5 years ago. So now we found another channel. We found a whole nother channel. And it's under Ernie Shell right here. See? 98 subscribers, 1 video. At Ernie Shell 3467, and it's him. Yeah, but that's not the video I'm looking for. I'm going to go get my own video. That one I didn't even know existed. The other one is called Killer Hawks or something. Because remember, his wife's in it and everything. I just have to find it. Yeah, here it is. Killer Hawk Studio. All right, right here. This is Ernie Shell. You can see it, right? Ernie Shell. And you can see how long ago this was. 2012, November 10th. Joined on my mom's birthday. Actually, she was alive. She died 2013. So November 10th, 2012, on my mom's 55th birthday, he made this YouTube channel. Now I'll never forget it. And he also has facebook.com/Shell Task Force. Had 411 subscribers. And it was called, he says he's an independent artist. Okay, so that was 2012 right there. As we see right here, 2012. She did not know him when he sold masks. This is when he was married. Look, there's his wife. That's legitimately his wife.
This is the new style of wash machines.
And there's another channel.
G&E, listen at me. I'm so mad.
He supposedly bought her a brand new wash machine that don't work. She's got her wedding ring on right there. He's married. And in every one of these videos, he's got his wedding ring on. And his little boy's in here too, doing these masks. See if I can find the one where he says my son's doing them. He's got several of them. This is all him. All him. All him. We've went over this, all of these. This one I don't think is boys, and I think is boys in the other one. All right, so the Killer Hawk Studios is one. He's got more. I found more. There was one called Jason something. All right, so Killer Hawk Studio. All right, go back. I'm so tired right now. Untired yourself, Betty. Untired yourself. Untired yourself so you can find this stuff. And remember, whenever I was going over this, we found even more YouTube videos. And when he first got here, he's like, I don't know nothing about YouTube. I've never had a YouTube video. Bull crap, if he didn't. He had like 3 or 4 of them. Hang on. One of them was called Killer Inside, I think. So we found a new Ernie Selwyn. Killer Hawk Studios, we got that one already. But there's another one. That creative thing got scammed by him. I just have to look really good. There's his Ernie shell with that one. But there's one more I found of him. And yeah, he was using the same verbiage and everything. Well, I can just refer them over to that video because I don't want to go over him again because you can see using the same thing. Using the same everything. But the next one I'm trying to find, though, is... What was the name of that? Hang on. Let me just go to my channel. Hang on. Give me 1 second, because I just took it off my channel where that's the first video you see when you come in. But I can find it quickly because I know which one it is. I just got to go to my channel. I put all of them in there. So it was a live I did. And it said Ernie Shell and all his past YouTube channels, blah, blah, blah. And I had it on there as that main thing that you come into, main thing that you don't. Oh, right here. Past 8 to 10 years of videos. All right, so let me go to all of his channels because I put them all on here. All right, so we got, what was it? All right, Killer Inside was the one. We got Ernie Shell. Ernie's live today. We went over, okay. We went over the one of the stand. It's Xander. We went over Xander saying he's a con artist. Ernie's old channel. Ernie's old YouTube channel. Didn't I put all of his YouTube channels in here? I thought I put them all on here. Wait, did he go and delete his channels? Because it's looking like they're gone. Yeah, it was something like that. Horror Mask or something. But it's looking like they're gone. The only one there is Killer Hawk Studio that has his wife on there. He said he would never delete that one. That was from 2012. And he was with his wife. He didn't know Tina. He didn't know Xander. And he wasn't with Predator Hunter Nation. He was doing Jason Mask at that time. And he had his son. But the next one that we're looking for has his son in there. I'm going to put Ernie Show. Hang on. Ernie Show. And then my son painting Jason Mask, because that was one of the things right here. That was Killer Hawk Studio. Okay, so we got that one, but we got another one that I found. There's another one. There's another one, because I was shocked I found it. Whoever this Big Hush is, I don't know who he is, but he sells Jason Mask. Look at this. 304,000 subscribers. Do you think he knows Ernie Shell? Because these look like the same mask that Ernie... Oh, dang it. Yeah, I didn't know him back then either, but this guy, whoever this guy is, got 304,000 subscribers with 440 videos. Let me see when his channel got made. 2006. This dude would know who Ernie Shell is, because this is the dude he stole from. Yeah, that's just another dude that got his stuff. But look at this. This guy made a YouTube channel, this YouTube channel, in 2006 and has been selling these masks ever since. And his name is Big Hush. You know, like Ernie's always saying, hush your mouth. And all he does is make masks. I bet this guy knows who Ernie Shell is. 9 years. Okay, so this guy started out 9 years ago painting these masks. 7 years ago painting these masks. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago, 7 years ago, 7, 6, 8. This guy was in competition with Mr. Ernest Shell. And now we got 10 months ago, 9 months ago, 8 months ago, 6 months ago, 6 months ago. He's making heavy-hearted Jason Mask Valentine's Day. Oh, hang on. You're not seeing what I'm seeing? Oh, sorry. No wonder I'm looking at you like, you don't see this? Okay, here you go. This is it. Look, all of these masks. Look at this. He's been doing them all these years. This 6 months ago, 8 months ago, 10 months ago. And then look, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, 8 years ago. This is where Ernie stole his stuff from. Same exact mask. Look. He's showing how to scratch it. Yeah, you are now. He's showing how to cut it, scratch it, make it look like it's got bullet holes in it. This guy has 304,000 subscribers and 1.5 million videos, or 1.5 million views from 8 years ago. Is this the guy that he got all the stuff from, and he started watching his channel and then took over? You see this? And his name is Big Hush. Pretty weird. Ernie's always saying, hush your mouth. Hush. So he was calling out Ernie, right? So this is the real dude. He even has a check mark by his name. This is the real dude right here. His name is Evan. Evan, now I watched this 4 years ago. Just want to comment on it. And His Eyes is one of my favorite songs. Anybody know about this guy, Evan? Forgot the bullet hole in the top right corner of the forehead. See? Anybody know about this? I told you earlier that I had come across a bunch of stuff, Betty. This is the original dude, though. This is the dude. This dude is the legit dude. 2006, he started this. This dude started this YouTube channel with all these Jason masks in 2006. That's what I'm saying. That's sad that that's what Ernie did. Right here is the dude. Right here's the dude. And then look, he joined March 19, 2006. You see that? He's got 117 million views, 304,000 subscribers. He's got a Facebook called that has Big Hush. He's got a website. He's got a Patreon. He's got a Twitter. He's got a TikTok. He's got an Instagram. And he's got an Etsy shop. Hey, Rain. We just found, I believe, the guy that Ernie stole the mask idea from. Yeah, but this dude started in 2006 and is making the same exact mask as Mr. Herpy. The Hush Hanger. That's the mask he was making right there. The Hush Hanger. This one right here. That's why it's called that. It's called the hush hanger. Introducing the hush hanger. So this guy has his own hanger to hang up his mask. Years ago. Crazy, right? He makes Valentine mask, 3D printed Friday the 13th mask. Good morning, Ray. We're finding out Herpy stole all this idea probably from this guy because this was him 9 years ago making these masks. $7 years ago. 8 years ago. Teaching you how to make the mask. Yes, he's a scammer. That's why I called him I said he steals people's ideas and their hopes and their dreams. He even shows over here how to stitch the mask, make it look like it's got stitches. And this is the mask right here, the Friday the 13th Part 6 Jason mask. This guy right here this guy right here 8 years ago had 1.5 million views. 4 years ago, 1.6 million. 7 years ago, 1.8 million. This is who Ernie wanted to be. Yeah, he was probably on a holiday or something, and Ernie saw his video and then thought he was going to be it. And if you look at some of his videos, Ernie's acting like him in the videos. You know, in Ernie's own videos, he's acting like him. I'm going to write this down. Big Hush. He's the original guy from 2006. I can honestly say that. Okay, now let's go find Ernie's other thing. Dang. It's where his son's painting the mask. I'm surprised Ernie even showed up on here. He didn't. This guy was outweighing him. What was that channel we found? Does anybody remember that channel we found? Am I going to have to go back through my video? Yeah, that was his wife. And that was 2012. So, no, Tina didn't even know Ernie existed back then. The guy's name is Evan. His name is Evan. Someone called him Evan in the comments. Evan. E-V-A-N. So go to Big Hush and ask him if he knows about Ernie Shell. And then show him the Killer Hawk Studios. Killer Hawk Studios. Right here. My son painting the mask with his 411 and how he's sitting there trying to act like this guy. And there's his wife. Yeah, she made him sign over his rights so she didn't have to ever see him again. Yeah, this is his wife right here. Remember, he bought her the washing machine, and it was new washing machine does not work. See, remember that? He told her this was a brand new washing machine, and he lied. He got her a junk washing machine that don't work. The website is called youtube.com/big-hush. Like Ernie's always saying, hush, hush your mouth. I bet Big Hush always says, hush, hush your mouth. But I also found another one of Ernie. There's one of Ernie called Ernie Show also on here. This is one of his. Right here, he joined November 10th, 2012. And it's really strange that Tina's saying that she knew that he had the high five when she wasn't even around the dude. Oh yeah, she is. She's married and everything. He didn't catch that until like around the last 5 to 5 years and down. Yes, try to contact him, but I got more for you. There's more in here of Ernie. I just have to figure out what I need to put in here. Because remember, he had a drawing for mask. He had several different of these that I found that he wasn't supposed to have. Remember, he said he had never had a YouTube channel until he came the first time, and he lied. I found already like 3. Yeah, he just blended in. He didn't make it like that dude, because that dude was the real dude. So let me go. Hang on. Let me go back here. See if I can find something here. All right, Killer Hawk Studio, but there's another one too. This Devokees, a little vengeant commercial I made for Ernie Shell, aka the killer inside. He makes phenomenal Friday the 13th mask. 8 years ago. This dude right here knows Ernie Shell. Devokees. Here. It's at Devokees. I'm going to show you. You might want to screenshot this or something. He said he made it for Ernie Shell. Okay. He has 720 subscribers. And he started in 2006 as well. And he knows Ernie Shell. And he made that for Ernie Shell, which is this right here. This commercial. This commercial right here. He's here. A little vengeant commercial I made for Ernie Shell, aka the killer inside. He makes phenomenal Friday the 13th mask and is one of the best in the business. And that was July 1st, 2016. You got this one, Devokees? Because he knows Ernie Shell. And there is one called Killer Inside. I'm telling you, there's another one called Killer Inside. Yeah, but this dude is a different dude. He's this guy is a what do you call it? He is, what did I just say he is? Hi there and welcome to my YouTube page, home of the movie night with Will Devokees, along with my indie film work. This dude is a film person. His name is Will Devokees. Will Devokees. And right here is all of his stuff. Director on director. Rusty appears. This is him right here. Can you see it or not? Hang on. This is the dude right here.
I thought I'd get that out of the way before I accidentally say it in the middle of the thing.
Director on director. Rusty appear interview. Will
No, I don't want to. I'm
Devokees.
trying to do this seriously. This is for your DVD.
Yeah, so what?
I'm taking it seriously. I'm trying to be like.
Yeah,
all right, okay.
He had, when he first came to YouTube, he said, I don't know nothing about YouTube. I never been to YouTube. I don't know nothing about it. When I've already found 3 YouTube channels the dude had since 2012. Another one he had, what was the one that we found just a while ago that was called Ernie Shell? There's another one called Ernie Shell. I can't remember when that one was. But yeah, this guy right here knows him. And this was from 2 months ago. He's a film director, and he directs films. Love you, Will. Hope you are on top of the world, man. Great interview, sir. Good luck with the project. His name is Will Devokees. Film director Rusty Appear interviews director Will Devokees about a no-budget film he made in high school that is finally being released, called Macabre. I don't know if I'm Macabre Medicine. Yeah, the link in the chat only has, it shows one mask. But there's another one that I found also with Ernie that nobody knew about, and I found it that day. If I have to go back through all my stuff, I will. Because he was doing a raffle or something again for those masks, and it was a whole nother one. A whole nother thing. And I happened to find it. Received a gift from Ernie Shell, a.k.a. the Killer Inside. Love this mask. This man is very talented and should be making masks 8 years ago. So I'm going to share this with you. 8 years ago, this Devokees guy, can you see it? He got this from Ernie.
Hey everybody, got a cool little package today from Ernie Show, aka the Killer Inside. If you don't know who he is, he makes custom masks, Jason masks from the Friday the 13th series, and he does a heck of a job with them. He contacted me recently. Now, when we were working on our Friday the 13th stuff, we didn't have the masks used in that trailer were not from Ernie. They were from a person by the name of Alan Clegg, who did a
Right.
good job. Ernie contacted me later on and was talking to me about the stuff we were doing and how impressed he was, and said, "Hey, look, if I make you a couple masks, would you shoot some stuff with it?" And I said, "Absolutely." Not knowing what he was going to send me, we talked about a few ideas, and I got this. Now, I think that's pretty cool looking, man. It's frightening. It's absolutely scary looking. And a lot of
And
people are speculating.
it looks just like Big Hush. His mask.
What exactly it is. Yes, it looks like a Part 8, but what we wanted to do, I told Ernie, if we were going to do something with this mask, I wanted it to be something of its own. I don't want you to mimic anything that you'd seen from Part 6 or Part 7, because Ernie can do, man, this guy can make a Part 6 mask like no other. And it's probably the closest thing you're going to get to the original. But anyway, I said, hey, look, my film, if I were to make a film, I'd like it to kind of have the continuity of Part, 6, 7.
He wanted this for his film.
Films, and then try to tie it into the new line picture. So me and him had a bunch of conversations about it, and he came up with some ideas, and he figured, let's try to keep the continuity of 8 going into Jason Goes to Hell. And that's what he kind of tried to do with this, was he tried to make it seem like it was the beginning phases of Jason Goes to Hell. Now, keep in mind, we are ignoring a few things that happen in Part 8, although I do like the movie. The mask, if this was a Part 8 mask, would be completely, melted and all that stuff. So we were kind of ignoring the acid part. But I think this is a really frightening mask. It's quite scary. And
And look at how it hooks around and everything. It looks just like Big Hush's mask. He even showed how to hook it around. Big Hush has been so nice. He showed how to put all these screws in and how to paint it and how to scratch it and everything else. And then Ernie ran with it and said he was the only one in the world that did this.
Wonderful things. I'm going to like the hell out of this, and we're going to shoot some really cool shit. Part of my language.
And he did.
Kids are watching. But this is very durable, very good plastic. You see here, he actually.
And the good thing, Ray, is that this guy just put up a video 2 months ago, so he's still on YouTube. This guy is.
Actually autographed it for me. I don't know if you can see that. And it's one of one. So this is a one-of-a-kind mask. He's never made anything.
Oh, Ernie autographed it for him.
Like this before. And I kind of told him, go hog wild. Just go kind of crazy with it. And he did. And it shows. It's very dirty. It does look like it's been through, some toxic waste. The paint job is phenomenal. I shot a video earlier on my iPhone, which you can see my initial reaction of me opening this and seeing it for the first time. Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
The leather straps and everything, just like that Big Hush
Check that
guy.
out. Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it? But he just went above and beyond for me. He put leather straps on this thing, and he weathered them to make them look like they were a bit old.
Just like Big Hush. Interesting, right?
He actually rusted these metal pieces here on the strap, which I think is pretty neat. And he also added these blackout lenses. Now, I took one out for the purposes of this video, just to show you. If I were to put it on, and it fits me perfectly. I don't know how he did this, but it does. It's a snug fit. And,
Well, your face is about the same size as his, so he probably just put it on his own face.
this thing is durable. You can almost take a hammer to this thing and it wouldn't break. But the blackout lenses are very helpful, because when we had to do our Friday film, to keep my eye from shining through, we had to light it a certain way so you don't see the eye. So this way, if we were to film some more stuff, all I have to do is put in the blackout lens, and that's it. Which is very, very beneficial, and thank you for that.
Wow, Ernie, you've actually got someone on here that is a film person that you actually didn't F over so far that we know of. But you was called The Killer Inside. Isn't that weird? There's already movies that are named that.
But the mask,
But isn't it going to be weirder since he's in jail getting his blood taken and that blood matches Ronnie? I will just be like,
It's my bust really well as well. And I'm just kind of tickled to death with it. Now, he says he's going to make me a part 6, which I'm really excited for because that's my favorite Friday film. So I'm excited to see how that works out. And we're going to be shooting him a couple little kind of vignette commercials, which I'm also very excited for. So I'm very excited.
Right?
Noticed. But that's it. This is a video. He did a very, very good job of this thing. It's a one of a kind. I think he should actually start making more of this type of mask because it is kind of scary and people want it. So thank you again for watching. Thank you, Ernie, for making this. You are a heck of a guy and you are a hell of a mask maker. So thanks for watching.
Wow. Ernie, somebody actually said something nice about you. And he kept his bargain as well. And he made films for you. You know Donna so well. She's always sending us stuff like that. But then she has to explain it to me. It's almost like I'm a virgin over here. I'm going to find that video. If I have to go back to my old thing myself, go back to my own video and go through it real quick and find, because I found all the YouTube channels, all of them. So yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna show you all his YouTube channels he has. I even put on here Ernie's live, Ernie's past YouTubes, 8 to 10 year videos, Shelby's letter that I read. So let's see here. We got, all right. So we came over here. We started looking. Where did we start looking at? It was me and Donna. We started looking. Donna and I, we went and started looking. We was looking at that. Killer Hawk Studio. Okay, we found that one. Killer Hawk Studio. But we found another one, though. We're going to find it. Right there it is. The Killer Inside. I told you that's the name of it. The Killer Inside. You see it? I told you that's the name of it. Now I got to go back and look and see if I can find it. I knew that was the name of it. The Killer, because it's still there, or it was inside. All right. I accidentally found it. I just kept going through, and all of a sudden I came across him with his mask, and he was, I forget what he was doing. Oh, he was doing some kind of raffle. And I was like, well, how did this happen? Where did this come from? And it was called The Killer Inside. And it was Ernie Shell. So I had to just look and look and look because he didn't have very many people. I think we just searched and searched until we found it. I wasn't even looking for it, and I found it. I was like, oh, so we got another one? So we had an Ernie Shell, we had a Killer Hawk Studio, and then we had the Killer Inside. Just like I told you. And I'm wondering if he took it down or something. Because we played the video on there. Let me see if it'll come up. All right, so gift from it. That's when he made it. There's him and the guy 8 years ago. The Jason Hockey Mask world has many artists who craft their art to perfection, artists who seem to make their work come to life. Okay. There's Killer Hawk Studio. Killer Hawk Studio. Ernie Shell, we found him 9 years ago. That's him with the mask. There's Big Hush, the actual mask guy. Gotta find the killer inside. There it is right there. Boom, I found it.
Hey guys, Ernie Show.
Boom. 24 subscribers. Dalton is the one, remember Dalton's the one that shot all those predator hunter things, and then Dalton turned the camera on him because he stole $2,000 while they were in New York, and Dalton put the money under the mattress, in between the mattress and the box spring, and whenever he came in, Ernie was standing there, the mattress was moved weird. Ernie went to walk out. He went to get the money out, and he noticed $2,000 was stolen, so they couldn't buy a specific camera, and some people didn't have a hotel for that night. Do you remember that? And then he stole Dalton's laptop and said that Dalton effed cats. So this one right here, at We Bora 5 years ago, big fan, can't wait for more hockey mask videos. And then at Food Bloggers, whatever, 5 years ago, your mask is awesome. Yeah, a thief, a real thief. Now let's see whenever he made this channel. 2018. Is the video. Let's go to the channel. Yep, August 29th, 2018. See? But Big Hush is the one that he stole all the stuff from. August 29th, 2018. The Killer Inside. He even had a website called FridayThe13thMask.com, and his Facebook was facebook.com/KillerHawkStudios. Right there's his website that he had. And it says, "Hello and thank you for visiting my channel. I am an independent artist." This was before he was a bounty hunter. This is before he was a police officer, Homeland Security, and a predator hunter, right? I request that you, as my client, place an order with me, or you can always buy your blank and have it delivered directly to me for painting and finishing. Otherwise, you must include the full cost of the blank hockey mask kit of your choice. I have an outstanding reputation and 100% customer satisfaction. Any issues you have with one of my orders can only be resolved through me alone. I will make every effort to make sure you are 100% satisfied with your purchase from me. Most of all, I will work with anyone on payment. I understand today's economy. We all have problems in our lives. I promise to work with those the best way possible. So this was before his predator hunter, where he's the best predator hunter in the world, the best Homeland Security in the world, the best police officer in the world, This is when he was the best independent artist in the world. And here's all his little things. The killer inside. He even knew how to make a banner right here. And right here, you subscribe. Got his little Facebook. Let's see where his Facebook takes us. Content is not available. And here's his little 5 years ago. It happens to be the best of it. It happens to the best of us. 5 years ago, the Friday the 13th game, Jason Takes Manhattan. A game. 5 years ago, Wrong Place at the Wrong Time. And the making of the Part 8 mask for Friday the 13th. 5 years ago. This one, Jason explodes out of the water 5 years ago. What? Sometimes I can't even write in my own StreamYard. Sometimes they won't even let me write. So here's one that he made in 2018, August 29th, 2018. And it is called The Killer Inside. And it's called at. Okay, let me put the at sign. That way you can find it. That's how you find it. The last time that happened, they said I wasn't going to be able to comment for 24 hours. It didn't say what the comment was. Huh. Yeah. So far, we found 3 channels of Ernie, and then he's got 2 more. He's got OG and Friends, and then he's got that other one that's Predator, the real Predator Hunter, or Lightning Tiger Predator Hunter, or something like that. Do you remember that? Okay, who is the one saying nobody? Ray, you got to be careful, though, so that they don't report you. I've had one of them before. Someone reported me when I poked an angry face. Oh, well, let me tell you, Alan watches everything I do, so he reports my channel. He reports comments, everything. Yeah. Okay, so do we got it right? At Big Hush started in 2006 making these hockey masks. Killer Hawk Studios started in 2012 and opened another one in 2018. I gave you both of those now, right? I don't want to subscribe to this jerk, but do I need to subscribe so we can keep these in order? So, you want to hear Ernie Shell 5 years ago?
Hey guys, Ernie Shell, also known as the Killer Inside.
Been getting a lot of messages on Facebook and other social media sites about the raffle we're actually doing on Friday the 13th mask.com. Now, a lot of the questions I've been getting is the movie
By the way,
mask
he was
versus
married.
the game version mask, the differences in the mask. Now, there are quite a few differences in the mask. The video game version Part 8 mask, if you notice, has a meaner looking eye. The eyes are shaped in a meaner looking that way, more or less pretty much the top, which I'm working on this right now. The top is more of a brow over. It's more
Notice
shaped
he has
down
the
in,
same bullet hole thing as the
it's kind of
big
like looking at
hush.
you real mean, like scratches a little bit.
And then if you look at where all of those
there's a few
bullet
scratches that
things
you've never
are,
seen
that's the
before in
same as
video
big
game version
hush.
mask. But the biggest thing about it, what we really tried to stay true to, was the form of the mask.
Right? Exactly. Right? I don't want his music. Special thanks from Gun Media. Special thanks to Mario Krumer from the Props Museum. Your mask, clothing, and guidance was invaluable. Special thanks to Ernie, the killer inside Shell, for his tireless work in archiving the knowledge and artistry of the mask. Special thanks to Ruben Schwarby for this invaluable help with the German USK rating system and guidance. www.fridaythe13thmask.com/specials. Yeah, when we're not even looking for it. Every time I go to look up Ernie Shell, I find a new one. Every time. Now, this one has that video. It has Jason jumping out of the water video. And this must also be that guy. What was that guy's name again? Dosky or whatever, that did that little stunt right there for him. That did that. And let's see. So if he made this one in 2018, that means that Tina didn't meet him till 2019, 2020. As I said, she's only known him for 4 to 5 years. That's it. Because back in this days, he was married, and in these things, he has his wedding ring on. On this video right here, I seen his wedding ring.
As the killer inside.
When he pulls up his
Been
fingers,
getting a lot of
watch.
messages on Facebook and other social media sites about the raffle we're actually doing on Friday the 13th mask.com. Now, a lot of the questions I've been getting is the movie mask versus the game version mask, the differences in the mask. There are quite a few differences in the mask. The video game version Part 8 mask, if you notice, has a meaner looking eye. The eyes are shaped in a meaner looking that way, more or less pretty much the top, which I'm working on this right now. The top is more of a brow over. It's more of a shape down in, like a meaner version. It's kind of like looking at you real mean, like scratches a little bit, little misplaced here and there. There's a few scratches that you've never seen.
He only did this for 2 years.
The biggest thing about it, what we really tried to stay true to.
Then he went from that. He went from that to being a predator hunter and a bounty hunter. He went from the Jason mask to being a predator hunter, bounty hunter, and then he met Tina. Tina had gotten money for something, and then they started the movie, The Predator Hunter Nation. So she didn't even know him in 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. probably not even 19. She met him about a year or 6 months before he came to YouTube. Yes, he was in Kentucky with his wife. Yeah, in Kentucky with his wife. Okay, so there's that one. We got that one. We got the other Ernie shell. And let's see if we find any more. Because when I'm not looking, all of a sudden, I just find all these different YouTube channels. And he says that he never knew how to use YouTube, never been on YouTube. Well, dang, you got a lot of YouTube channels for never being on YouTube. Never having YouTube, not knowing how to make one. You got nice banners, you know, you got a nice setup, like weird. Let's see what this one is. I'm not using the music. It's probably copywritten. This is the guy that played Jason in the movie, because that's what the picture was where he met him. There's the mask of Ernie's that they used, but look at all of the bullets and stuff, just like that guy showed. Big Hush. I don't know who this is. Oh, this is the Jason guy right here. That's the Jason guy. That's the guy that played Jason in the movie. And right there it says, it's got a blue thing in it, and then it's Ernie shell. Is this not weird or what? I don't know. I'm just like, this is just weird. Part 6, bullet holes. But if you go to part 6 on Big Hush, he shows you how to put the bullet holes in. If you go to mask part 5, he shows you how to make that mask. He's still making masks today, that guy. But Ernie only made them from 2012, scammed a lot of people, came back in 2018, and then scammed more people, and then left again. And on here's the one with the Killer Hawk Studio. All he ever talks about is haters.
Also known as Killer Inside.
See his wedding ring?
Darren Lakin, James
Watch.
Powers.
Watch his wedding ring.
Killer Inside. Rusty.
Damn it, it's hard to see it. He talks with his hands, though. Right there. See the wedding ring? Let's blow it up. You see the wedding ring right there? You see it? Anybody see the wedding ring? Put a 1 in the chat if you see the wedding ring. Haters had my Facebook disabled. He's been having haters since forever. All I see is innocent proven guilty, but I don't see you say anything. Unless, yeah, okay, you did it. Okay, so he was married. He did not know Tina at all. Okay, they didn't do Predator Hunter, none of that, and he was married. Now he's going to tell you and talk to you about haters.
Also known as Killer Inside. Rusty Dog, Darren Lakin, James Powers. I guess you guys are the cause of my Facebook to be disabled. I can't log on. I can't do nothing. I had to send for an appeal. And now I see a lot of my friends are shooting me screenshots and texting me through my phone. And
does that sound familiar? A lot of my friends are shooting me screenshots and texting me through my phone. Haters had my Facebook disabled. I can't get in. I can't do anything. yeah. So I'm going to end this live. I'm tired. It's 5:10 a.m. I will see you tonight at 11 p.m. And I hope to see you all here. And yeah, Ray, I gave you a lot of stuff to go check out. So you got The Killer Inside. You got Killer Hawk Studios. And hopefully when you email Big Hush, he'll write you back. And then hopefully you'll email that Devokees or whatever, because he was just on not more than 2 months ago. So you have a great day. I will see you all later. And I'll see if I can find more Ernie shells, because I think I can. I think I can find a lot more Ernie shells. Oh, well. All right, everybody. Have a great day. And I'm out of here. Let's see.
Keep a fire in your heart, a smile on your face, and be kind to someone.
You gotta take control. Life's too short. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best. So put your hands up to the sky and live your best life, alright. Don't just let it go by, just try, oh my. Got only one life, got only this time. We gonna get it right. You gotta let go of those who don't belong in your tribe. So cut the bad out of your life. Yeah, do it one time, one time. You gotta work till you're winning. Yeah, take control of the system. When you invest, it's addicting. No time to rest, let's go get it. Not gonna stop till I'm finished. Not gonna drop to my limits. Deep in my chest, I'm inhaling. Believing, testing, and failing. You gotta flip everything in your mind. Take the limiting thoughts and turn them into your why. Prove to yourself you're worth it. You deserve it. Push past all the hurt and find your purpose.